Bivol gets the win. Just watched Peter B versus Bivol. Now we're here for the UFC Henry Cejudo versus Song Yadong, UFC Seattle. We got Austin Vanderfort versus Nikolai Veretinikov about to start. Should be a banger. Rooting for Austin Vanderfort. Got Austin Vanderfort in a parlay, but short notice. Very short notice. Always worries you when you get a short notice fight. It is like a drinking game, though. You drink every time they say Paige Van Zandt. I've counted 3 so far that they've name dropped Paige Van Zandt. We got Vanderfort just got announced. The Bills are good. I agree with you. I was really rooting for the Bills. How are you today? Those fucking refs. What's up, Alfie? Turn around. I'm almost finished. What a weirdo. Alfie Tang. We got Austin Vanderfort versus Veretinikov starting out. But yeah, I fuck with Josh Allen. Josh Allen's good. Cook too. I feel like they could have did more with Cook. Hello, Crystal. How are you today? Who's watching the UFC right now? We got Austin Vanderfort on short notice, making his UFC debut. Man, the worst is I got banned today for dealing with trolls on TikTok. They got me good. You know, you'll always run into little dick goofballs. See you later, Alfie. Man, always. Takedown for Austin Vanderfort. Let's see. See, you made me break something I never done. Never reported or did anything like that or blocked the person, but I don't need that crap in my chat. I don't need goofball shit. We're here to talk about fighting, not be fucking weirdos. Good first round start for Austin Vanderford. On top, close guard, landed some ground and pound. A good first round so far for Austin Vanderford. Is he going to have the cardio to keep this up, though? Good elbow by Austin Vanderford. Vanderford's busted him open. He's bleeding from the forehead. We're just here to talk about fighting, people, not be weirdos. Go do that shit with your dad. Oh, head and arm triangle attempt by Vanderford here. Austin Vanderford going for the head and arm triangle. He ain't gonna get that. Oh, making the adjustments though. Good first round for Austin Vanderford there. Who's watching the fights right now? Not being goofy. It's gonna come down to cardio here for Austin Vanderford, taking the fight on short notice. How much was he training? How close to fight shape was he? Round two. Varetnikov's definitely coming out, looking to land something big right now, knowing he lost the first round. I mean, I know Vanderford used to fight at 185. Looks way smaller than Varetnikov. Up, in on a double. Gets behind Varetnikov. Pushes him up against the cage. Oh, and on a double, he's going to get that. Oh, good takedown defense by Varetnikov. Tall, used the kickstand. Austin's still in on a double, though. Still in a good position to finish this takedown. He's got his hands clasped. There we go. There he gets the double leg. But a lot of energy exerted to get that takedown. Good elbow for Austin Vanderford. Couple good elbows from Austin Vanderford. Hopefully his cardio holds up, though, for this third round. Vanderford looking to pass, gets the half guard. Some good work so far from Austin Vanderford. You know, he's one of those guys who won on the Contender Series but didn't get a contract. Now he gets his shot, short notice. Got out of his Bellator contract. Some good ground and pound from Vanderford right here. And the referee moves in and stops it. It's kind of a bad stoppage, though. He wasn't defending himself, but nothing was really landing. But I'll take it, because I bet Austin Vanderford. Oh, now this guy just pushed Vanderford after the fight. Oh, that's rough. That's probably that dude's UFC career right there. You can't do that kind of shit. Now the crowd's chanting USA. Let's go. Nice win there for Austin Vanderford. Yeah, I mean, if anything, that falls on the fighter. Just bad defense. Definitely a premature stoppage, but wasn't defending himself. Definitely a L on the officiating squad for letting them get that close to each other.
I'm here with the winner, Austin Vanderford, successful in the 50-pound by stoppage in your UFC debut. How good does that sound? Then it's definitely just frustrating. Considering I took this fight on 4 days notice, just pretty ready, man, and I could have made the weight 170, but apparently you knew that 155, so I'm here, I'm ready. I know this has been a lifelong journey for you.
That's a big win right there for Austin Vanderford. Short notice, answering the call. I mean, I don't mind Jake Paul. I've met Jake Paul. He's a nice guy. I went to the Jake Paul Nate Diaz fight, and I like Jake Paul's team. I like Jake Paul. Not mad at him. I don't like what he does. I think what he does is kind of trash, that he only fights old fighters. But it's like, can you hate on him? He's winning. Even if he is fighting old fighters, he's winning. Can't fault the guy for winning. His opponent choice, like the Mike Tyson fight, that was terrible. That was terrible. But there's definitely other fights of his that weren't bad. And I mean, you're always going to be, he's got a lot of harsh criticism out there because of who he fights, but I don't think there's a lot of people that would have beat Anderson Silva in a boxing match. So kudos to him on that one. Even we saw, who did Nate beat? Nate beat Masvidal in a boxing match, but couldn't beat Jake Paul. I do not like Logan Paul, though. Not a Logan Paul fan. At one time at a post-fight press conference, I didn't get to follow up and say, like, make Logan a fight, but I asked Dana White if we'll ever see Logan Paul in the UFC. Mainly because I'd love to see him fight someone and get his ass kicked. Was my motivation behind that. As I'd like to see Logan get, like, more than the CM Punk treatment. Give him the Brock Lesnar treatment. Like, as soon as he comes in, give him a tough fight. And you never know. He has a wrestling background, but I always think of, you ever see the Nelk boy, what's his name? Salim, when he said to Jake Paul, he's like, because I really want to see you get knocked out. I really want to see Logan Paul get fucked up. I think he's a goofball. Jake, I got no problems with Jake. Oh, so they're going to make me switch over. So that was the Fight Pass prelims. Are they making me switch over right now? Nice win there by Austin Vanderford. Keeps the parlays alive. Not mad at him. Plus, it's funny, like I said, if there was a drinking game you could have played during that fight, every time they mentioned Paige Van Zandt, you could take a sip. They mentioned her like 5 or 6 times. Little beef after the fight, too. The guy, after kind of an early stoppage, but the guy wasn't defending himself. He went up and pushed Austin Vanderford. Definitely that falls on, probably ends the guy's UFC career, and that falls on the officiating staff. You got to control the guys after the fight. So Nikolai Veretnikov, let me see, what was his record in the UFC? Now he's 0-2, 0-1 on the Contender Series, so yeah, we probably don't see him again. Maybe they give him another fight because they didn't like the way the stoppage was, but You can't push the guy after the fight like that. That's some Bush League shit. Up next, Javid Bassarat versus Ricky Simone. That's got some potential. That could be a good fight. We'll see what happens with that one. Man, if only Henry would have stayed retired, though. Arguably be one of the GOATs. Still will be considered very good GOAT at his weight class-ish, but he could have stayed retired and he would have been like the trainer to the stars up on Mount Rushmore of MMA if he would have just stayed retired. It's never good when guys come out of retirement and come back. Never ends well. Javid Basharat versus the struggling Ricky Simone. Ricky Simone at one point, I feel like, was almost top 5, definitely in the top 10. Now has lost 1, 2, 3 in a row. Even got heel hooked by one of the Meow brothers. I remember I was at that fight when he beat Jack Shore. And he had the Jack Shore's first loss. He had win over Sunsao, Brian Kelleher. He was on a roll. Only losses before that with the Faber and Font. Had a controversial win over Marab, but now he's lost to Song Yadong, Mario Batista, Vinicius Oliveira. Every fight's a must-win, but this is a real must-win. You might not be in the UFC anymore if you lose this one for Ricky Simone. They're saying Javid Basharat is the dark horse in the bantamweight division. I don't know if I agree with that. But if he beats Ricky Simone, maybe we can call him that. Who you guys got tonight? Henry Cejudo or Song Yadong? Oh, there's a home fight for Ricky Simone, too. This is absolutely must win.
I faded myself and totally out of my horse trap. When I get to money tonight, I'm gonna, hopefully update that a little bit. But also some congrats in order for the Simone family. They have a new baby daughter, Naya, about 4 months old. Certainly ready to see Daddy get a win. That is a lot of good victory across the top. That's what Simone is doing. The reason is the man works hard. He's very strong. He's an incredible wrestler. And he's got knockout power as well. But tonight with this fight, the strategy, I think, as always, the wrestler to take it down.
Blonde-haired Ricky Simone. Why am I seeing so many people dye their hair blonde now? Everyone trying to be Charles Oliveira. When there is only one. Round 1. Bassarat, Ricky Simone. Ricky Simone's definitely in a bad space though right now. On a losing streak, 3 losses in a row. You kind of forget how to win. Oh, big takedown for Ricky Simone. Trying to take the back of Bassarat. Looks like he might get a mat return here. Still got his hands clasped. Bassarat stood up. Nice elbow from Bassarat. Yeah, fucked up. Why? What'd they do? What are you talking about? That's just that they deleted the podcast that he did with Rampage. I don't think he really got reprimanded from the UFC or anything. I'm sure they're still gonna have him fight. I didn't hear anything about them reprimanding him. Did they? But yeah, they did him dirty. Freedom of speech isn't a thing anymore. It's fucked up. Another takedown attempt by Ricky Simone. Gets sprawled on. Up against the cage now. He's pressing Baccarat. But yeah, we live in a sad world where freedom of speech doesn't really exist. It's just, does the person who controls the platform you're on agree with what you're saying, is what it comes down to. When it should just be, I'll change the channel. I won't listen to this. I'll watch something else. But instead you get social justice warriors who are like, I'm going to cancel this guy. That's what happened to me earlier on TikTok, actually. Is people reported me trolls reported me simply because I was going back at them. And I was making a voice like this when they would write something like to make fun of them. So they reported me. But, you know, two sides to every coin. So you fuck with people, they fuck back. And then it keeps going. Never ending cycle. Ever seen Dana read a pre-written speech like that was from his masters? When did what he said at the power slap thing where he was like, I don't agree with what he said? Yeah, that definitely seemed like it was forced or something he was told to say. Thank you, Joel. I appreciate it. Gotta keep keeping on, keep going, so I keep growing, you know? That's the goal. That's the game plan. Just be consistent, keep putting shit out. You know, I went live on TikTok for the boxing match earlier. And yeah, I just started arguing with trolls and wound up getting my shit taken down. Ooh, good knee by Bassarat. You know, that's what you get too from like the clown community that exists now today is they can give it, they can't take it. So once you start giving it back to them, like me, I could troll with trolls. I could, ooh, big knockout by Ricky Simone. Vicious knockout by Ricky Simone. Looked like that was a left hook. I glanced away for a second. I just saw the guy on his way down. But if you picked Ricky Simone, I know he was a pretty sizable underdog. Huge win for Ricky Simone in his hometown or in his backyard, his area, neck of the woods. He needed that win. Parker looked good, but Bacol looked bad more than Parker looked good. Parker hit him with one punch on the chin and then hit him with like a punch in the forehead. That after they separated, Bacol started doing one of those and then fell. And then he beat the 10 count, but they stopped the fight. What was this? Oh no, straight right hand, right on the chin. Completely clean Basharat's clock right there. Spun his head around, flatlined him. Left him up with his eyes open, looking up at the lights. Huge win for Ricky Simone. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, so far the home, you know, I know he's from Washington or Oregon, Austin Vanderford, but he's from that area of the world, of the country. Seems like the West Coast fighters are putting on today. Huge win for Ricky Simone. No. Maybe because of size, but I think Usyk's pretty good. You know, there is that one thing where you saw, if you ever seen it, when Usyk fought Dubois. Because Usyk's small. He's not the biggest heavyweight, so maybe someone with power. But remember Dubois, he hurt Usyk with a body shot. Kind of stopped Usyk with a body shot, and they called it a low blow. Should have been probably a count or even a TKO victory for Usyk. I mean, for Dubois. It was right on the belt line, but, you know, the trunks are always high. Even it was at the top of the belt line. What is BBL? Brazilian butt lift? Shout out Ohio. The middle of nowhere. I banged a girl from Ohio once. She used to send me Ohio memes like I understood what the fuck Ohio meant. Huge win for Ricky Simone. Yeah, I love Lomachenko. He's an entertaining fighter. Yeah, I fuck with Lomachenko. Big win right there for Ricky Simone. Yes, poo poo pee pee. Absolutely. Kellen Jameson. The third. If you're this guy, I can only imagine what Kellen the Jameson the first and second were like. If you're coming on YouTube to type in poo poo pee pee and BBL. And I get now, all right, now it makes sense. Ohio fits right in with the stupid shit you're writing. So yeah, you're like that girl, and now you're typing yeah. So you're one of those guys. You're either a 12-year-old or you're a little off between the ears, mate. I've actually encountered a few of you so far in this live. Couple of goofies. Today's the day of goofballs. I got reported by some goofballs on TikTok. Do I have Mew? Do I know Mewing? I do not. Huge win for Ricky Simone. He's got Fabiano Scherner in his corner, who I know is the American Top Team Oregon coach. Song Yadong says he's going to retire Henry Cejudo tonight. We'll see what happens with that. What's up, Kieran Scott? I'm rooting for Henry Cejudo. You know, I like Eric Albarracin as coach. A couple of his coaches are good dudes. I like Henry, but it's going to be tough. He's old. Song Yadong's a dog. I don't know if it's not that Song Yadong's gonna be champion. It's Henry's old if Song Yadong wins. Justin Jefferson. I'm a bigger fan of Justin Jefferson over Patrick Mahomes. But I do like Patrick Mahomes. The only thing that brings Patrick Mahomes down is the Chiefs. Like, if I just look at Patrick Mahomes, I like Patrick Mahomes. He sounds like Kenny Powers. Supports Trump. I'm not mad at Patrick Mahomes, but I don't like the Chiefs. I do not like Travis Kelce. I'm not a fan of the whole, whatever it would be, ambiance, attitude of the Chiefs. Don't like how the refs tried to help them to the Super Bowl, but then luckily the refs called the final game, the Super Bowl, fair. But I think they were also just trying to beat the allegations and all the evidence that was mounting up about the referees being corrupt. Justin Jefferson's good, though. A lot of those wide receivers, if I'm not mistaken, Justin Jefferson, let me see, is Justin Jefferson from LSU? A lot of those wide receivers, even players in general from LSU, are always fucking good. Yeah, he's from LSU. Yeah, Jefferson's good. Not mad at Justin Jefferson. I don't give a fuck about Travis Scott. I don't think Travis Scott even makes good music. Maybe a couple of songs, but I don't get the whole buzz around Travis Scott. You know, I think he makes music for like goofy little kids. People easily influenced that would be like, nah, this is good. It's kind of trash. Yeah, that's going to be tough. Gaethje versus Hooker. I think Dan Hooker's kind of coming to his own right now. Gaethje might be on the back nine, the end of it. Drake. I mean, P. Diddy did have some bangers back in the day, though, but when all the shit that comes out about him, seems like a shitty person. anything involving little kids is kind of fucked up, and I think you're a scumbag. But then again, they do say Drake likes them young too, and I've seen inappropriate shit with Drake hollering at young girls, so that's a tough one. But I like Drake's music. I think Drake makes good music. I like Drake's music a lot better than I like Kendrick Lamar's music. Kendrick Lamar makes music for Compton. Drake makes music for the radio. The world. But yeah, Dan Hooker and Gaethje's going to be a good one. I'm sure you do, Kellen. Good for you. I mean, if it wasn't kids and it was like hoes, I'd go to Diddy's party, but I'm sure they're banging until it becomes 10 o'clock or midnight or whatever when they bring the kids out. Then it's a little creepy. Then it's like, shoot everybody here. Kill everyone at this party. Except for the kids. Let the kids go. But all these other devil worshippers and pieces of shit. Even to joke that you go to Diddy parties, like you would assault little kids, you could be one of the people that gets killed too. That's some low life shit. You know, little kids are innocent. You got to protect the kids. Abdul Malik versus Klein coming up next. Couple of bangers so far. Ricky Simone fight was good. Austin Vanderfort, despite, you know, a little premature stoppage, was shaping up to be a good one. So far, UFC Seattle is delivering. Man, I don't get why people come on and they try to like be goofballs on YouTube. I will never understand that. Trolling I get, because you have like a little dick and you're a loser, you can't fight. So that's why I get why trolls do shit. They have no friends. But like to come on and write weird shit, that's just so. And then the worst thing about when he performed at the halftime show was that he brought out Serena Williams, and the only thing that brought light to is just what a shitty person Serena Williams is. She has a husband at home. She came out to dance about her ex-boyfriend, and she crypt walked on national TV at halftime when her sister got killed by a crip. Like, that shows you had no respect for your sister. No respect for the youth that you're influencing. And you're just a petty bitch that you wanted to... Who cares about your husband at home? You wanted to come shit on your ex-boyfriend. Like, hopefully that guy divorces her and gets some money out of it, because she's a fucking skank. I don't know who Skibbity is or Baby Gronk. You know how they say that one joke, like, I'm employed? Yeah, I'm employed. I don't know who those people are. I know Gronk, like Rob Gronkowski. Never heard of Baby Gronk though. I have seen the Rizzler. The Rizzler has popped up on my TikTok before. You know, I think those guys, the Costco guys, like took over TikTok for a minute. They were on everybody's TikTok. You definitely, with the goofball comments you're writing, you definitely seem like a guy who brings the boom or likes that song. Yeah. Absolutely. They ruin it for everybody. They make us look like shit to the rest of the world. And like Kellen Jameson is another one of them. Like smash or pass the Rizzler. Bro, he's a little kid. Like, what are you asking me? He's a little boy, you fucking retard. Like, in no realm is what you're writing funny or entertaining or anything. You're just coming off like a little dick goofball. I would punch you in the fucking neck. That's what I would do for you. Even if you're a kid, you deserve a smack. If you're an adult, you deserve to be punched. Just, I could tell by your whole demeanor. I am a mean person. Thank you. I'm glad someone noticed. I appreciate that. I appreciate you noticing. You're not the first stupid person to think that I was mean simply for pointing out that they're an idiot. But I'll take it. You need to do better, Kellen. Like, what are you doing? Like, this is an MMA and boxing stream. Why don't you talk about some fights or be useful instead of ask me about the Rizzler and Baby Gronk and stupid shit? Hitting on a guy. Like, you sound like such a fucking moron. Like, what are you doing with your life and yourself that this is what you do? Like, you could throw stones at me and shade at me. It's whatever. Bad enough. Oh, you're streaming. You don't have a lot of viewers. Oh, you are in here saying the stupidest shit. Like, if I had to bet, you get no bitches. You have no friends. Your parents probably think you're a fucking idiot. I don't even know what the low taper fade meme is, but hello, Avery. How are you today? Oh, there you go, Kellen. Avery's interested. Oh, no. Please, God, no. Please, God, no. Don't tell me there's two of you. Yes, I can confirm. No, he's not my best friend. I don't even know what that means. You can confirm what? Man. But yeah, this is like we were saying, Joel. There's a lot of issues with the younger generation, the youth of America. It's fucked. You know, I don't think everyone is, and if you are, there's no problem with it. I don't think everyone is autistic or has mental problems, but I think kids today are just so stupid that they try to come up with these terms to describe their stupidity when the reality is they're just fucking morons. It's not that they have mental health needs or anything like that, they're just fucking morons. So Klein versus Abdul Malik has just started. Oh, Klein in on a takedown, gets sprawled on. Yes, we're all rooting for Henry tonight, Gino. I think he could pull it off. If he can mix in the wrestling, and you can't, you know, he's a little guy, but you can't sleep on Henry's punching power. Henry hits you in the chin, you'll feel it. Song Yadong's a big dude, though. He's big. And he comes from a good camp. Comes from Alpha Male, has good training partners. I know Uriah Faber is one of his top head coaches. See, I started reading Chop Chin. I don't know what the fuck that even means. You know, again, Kellen, you guys are making me see like the stupidity of people is making me be someone I don't want to be, which is I don't want to See, you guys are getting me. I don't want to moderate my chat at all. I believe in freedom of speech. But when you come in here and you're writing goofy shit, I don't want to see that shit. I don't want people to come in here and think it's a fucking goofball chat room. So you're almost forcing my hand with your goofy shit. See, yeah. All right, guys. It was fun getting annoyed by you. But hide that idiot. Hide this idiot. There we go. And now I'm back to being peaceful. If you guys want to talk about fighting, please feel. Ooh, big spinning back elbow just landed for Klein. Now he's going to get the takedown. Abdul Malik is fucked right now. He's rocked as fuck. And now he's having to wrestle while he's rocked. He's not there. He stands up. Klein's trying to put a hook in. He fucking rocked this whole shit right there. Klein hit him with the sneak attack. A nice spinning back elbow.
I will say this though, Klein is allowing Malik to recover here. Yeah, I think if you would have maybe escaped this here with the strikes, try to hurt him, try to get him out of there once you're out of wobble.
Klein going for the takedown. Seems like Abdul Malik is either on autopilot or he's cleared his head a little bit, able to stay on his feet. Nice takedown for Klein. Malik pops back up. What time we got? 7:50. Oh, Malik going for a switch.
call it. However, like we said, the final test potentially for UFC. Big Song Yadong forces his takedown once again. Song's got a fair beat of BJJ. His ego on his significant practice, 45
Climb, and again on a takedown.
UFC veteran welterweight, little corner as well. They wanted to slow down the string attacks. If you have to slip on, everybody's thinking, this is because of what he's doing right now, because what he's doing, I know he's not getting the takedown. He's not allowing Holland to do any damage. He's forcing him to rush up before he ran off the gas pump. So then, after Holland, he's on the
Just like you see everybody. Seen all stoppages so far tonight. Which I'm not mad at.
I'm here with the winner. Congratulations, your belt with you are now 8-0, and yet again, another stoppage. 8-0, another stoppage. But beyond that, alhamdulillah, I'm grateful for my team.
Yeah, I just had to check on my shit real quick, Joel. I'm here. Checking on my appeal. I mean, this guy's a prospect. This guy. What are you talking about, Joel?
He's finished all of them, 7 by knockouts. And we know he's got some wrestling to deal with as well. We'll take that. And lessons learned in victory. Those are the best times, right?
What is this guy's name? Mansour Abdul Malik. It's relevant to the state of America? What do you mean by that? Did some crazy news just happen that I have not been alerted to? What do you got, Joel? Google it later? What am I Googling? You gotta give me a hint. I'll talk about, important shit. As long as it's not fucking Gronk or Skibbity Toilet Riz like these fucking other idiots are trying to talk about. What am I Googling? I need to know what to Google. I Googled USA, nothing came up. You got to inform me now, Joel, please. Can't leave me on a cliffhanger. $14.88. For those unfamiliar, 1488 is a well-known neo-Nazi code. Is that what you're talking about? I don't get the knowledge you're trying to drop. The child care contribution tax credit. The crew. Yeah, I don't know. You got to be specific. The actual quote is on. I do not know what you mean. I've met Brendan Allen before. I know people that know him, but I hope Fluffy Hernandez fucks him up tonight. Simply because he seemed like such a goofball at the weigh-ins. Yeah, I'm not. I'd have to go down a rabbit hole. I'm not sure what you're talking about when I type it in. And I'll have to go on probably, I guess, X or Twitter. Twitter is always good for the information you need. So now Andre Thiele versus the guy who has Villalago. I forget his name. Should be a good one. Costa. I just tried Googling it. I'm not finding anything. You could just tell me in the chat. YouTube's good. YouTube's not going to do anything to you. Oh, you lost me at Minecraft. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't play Minecraft. I apologize. I missed it. This next one should be a good scrap, though. You know, I'd imagine. Pretty sure Andre Thiele's still at Alpha Male. Probably had a good camp, training right alongside Song Yadong. It says message retracted. Now, is that you retracting the message, or is that... TikTok or what's it called, YouTube. Yeah, because you missed it. Yeah, again, I don't know what you mean. Most knockouts among active UFC bantamweights. Song Yadong 5, Cody Garbrandt 5, and then 6 for Marlon Vera, Rob Font, and Sean O'Malley. That'd be crazy if he knocks out Henry Cejudo. Even old Henry Cejudo. Henry Cejudo's always had a pretty good chin. Andre Feely versus, I don't know what that first name is, Costa. What's up, Jay Slice? Oh, so this is a home state fight for Andre Feely too. I didn't know he was from Seattle. A new MMA Guru versus Nina, or the one that they had a while back? You know, it's funny. I've actually had the same thing with both of them, if you will. Yeah, I saw that. But like, nah, I don't think she's all right. But I had like when I first saw Nina, and I saw like her first interview or two, I was like, oh, this girl's not bad. And then the more I saw of her, I was like, I fucking hate this girl. The MMA Guru, when I first saw him, I was like, oh, this guy fucking sucks. And then the more I saw of him, like, I fucking love this guy. I had the reverse effect with both of them. The more I got to see Nina, the more I realized I do not like her, can't stand her content. The more I saw MMA Guru, I realized I actually like his content. But yeah, I've seen that where he was like, I'm going to take her down. And then even with that, she posted like the most cringy fucking response to MMA Guru. The cringiest response I've ever seen to beef. But yeah, I'm not really a fan of hers. Dare I say she annoys me. When I see her videos, because I don't follow her, when I see her videos, she's just annoying. The Little Miss Innocent voice to all the fighters. I just think, and again, even the most cringy thing I've ever seen was her response to MMA Guru, where she was talking like into the camera like it was like a ransom video, and she was saying how she knows that she uses her sex to sell and whatever the fuck. I don't even remember what she said, but I remember watching it and being like, ooh, that was terrible. That was rough to watch. Just not a fan. I think she's a cornball. And, you know, hope she doesn't like me if she ever knew who I was, so I can care less. Just not a fan. I get mad at TikTok or YouTube when they put her in my feed. I'm like, I don't want to watch this shit. And you could tell, like, she thinks she's hotter than she is. She's one of those girls. And yeah, that was something she said in the MMA Guru video. She's like, back when I was a model, a world-renowned model. It's like, bitch, Heidi Klum is like a world-renowned model. You were a girl who models. I went to like high school with like 10 of you. Girls who take pictures or pay for people to take pictures or have people take pictures for her for free. It's like, no, you're an idiot. You're not a model. You fell for some guy to take pictures of you with no clothes on. What would I rate her? So there's a thing, I mean, she's not bad looking, There's a thing that I have. Whenever I see someone, can you stop? In media or anything like that, it's just my own. Because then I Google like how low they would go, if you will, or what's their moral compass like. And I Google her. If you Google her, uh, you Google like Nina Drama or Nina whatever her name is, and you Google nude photos, you'll find nude photos of her on the internet. She didn't get $1 million for those. She didn't get hundreds of thousands of dollars for those photos. So it's like her what's the word I'm looking for? Her, she's just a shameful person. Her, what's the word I'm looking for? Her morals are for sale, and it's not for that much money. You know, whenever I see that with anyone, and I'll Google their name and nude photos. If I find nude photos of them, I'm like, she's kind of morally bankrupt. But so am I, that I'm Googling their nude photos. But I also don't portray myself as something I'm not, and try to claim like I'm here for little kids or I care about people's opinion, anything like that. You know that expression, glass house? Like, she's in a glass house. So for her to get into a spat with MMA Guru, you could tell that she tries to make it like it didn't affect her, but I think it definitely is in her head constantly. Even if she's able to just move on from it, it's definitely the back. That's like the MMA community's thought process of her is spot on what MMA Guru said about her. And it was fucking hysterical. The video he made of her, like, her video was terrible. His video was hysterical. Where he kept going, that he never said it, but she had to address it. She was like, I never met Hugh Hefner. And in his video, he didn't say Hugh Hefner once. He just kept putting up his picture and be like, who is that guy? Who is that guy? I've never seen that guy before. He looks like a real Chad, though. That shit had me dying. But yeah, she fucking sucks. I can't stand her. I know why they gave her why they give her such access. It's because the PR ladies at the UFC are girls. They're women. She probably got in good with them. And not to mention, she was one of the first ones who was making slap fight content. So Dana White saw something he liked and just was like, yeah, whatever you need. Here we go. Costa, Andre Fili. Can you stop? I'm trying to watch Andre Fili. I like a lot of the people that work at the UFC, but it is the same as most things. It's all about drinking the Kool-Aid. And can't go against the grain at all. And it's politics. You got to politic with people. I did not see that, but that's funny. Strickland reading a live chat about Guru, and she covered it so he can't read it. I did not see that, but doesn't surprise me. Again, glass house. Like, who was it? Remember, it started with the photo girl and them showing her and Guru saying a comment about that. And it would have just been an obscure comment, but Nina Drama made it about herself and made a video about it and made it a bigger fucking deal. And so, a problem I do have too with her is she thinks she's the star, when I never had any qualms or delusions where it's like they're tuning in for the fighter. You're an idiot if you think that they're tuning in for you. And I've said it before, I had a girlfriend who was like this once, where everyone was her friend. It's like, you don't fucking know this guy from a hole in the wall. So I see with her, she'll interview people and then they're friends. Like, she'll use the word friends. I mean, it's one of those things. Could go either way for the guy being her husband. Could be good. Maybe she's a total whore and lets him sleep around and, does crazy shit in the bedroom. Yeah, her character is definitely questionable. But yeah, I've seen times when she looks good. I've also seen times when she looks raggedy. But again, I'm going off her content, and I think her content kind of sucks. But to each their own. I'm sure she has a fan base that think what she does is gospel. And you always got to respect the hustle of people. You know, if they're consistent, like I know that's one thing that she definitely stayed on, which is consistency. But a lot of her blowing up or getting views was opportunity. You know, she got the right interviews at the right time. Yeah, terrible name. Terrible name. Yeah, Gene Silva should be good. Hernandez fight should be good. He already beat Brendan Allen, so this is a tough fight, a tougher fight, if you will, for Brendan Allen, because he needs to. If he loses twice to Hernandez, it's like you're way in the back. You will never be ahead of Hernandez. Plus, I don't know what it was, just cringy. Him at the weigh-ins just cringed the fucking shit out of me. He like did a gun sign, covered his mouth, and had blonde hair, and something about that picture just had me like, who the fuck is this guy trying to be? But I know people that are friends with Brendan Allen. They say he's a good dude, so I don't hate on him too much. But he seems cringy. And Fluffy Hernandez, he's fucked. You know, I'm not gonna root for him. He's fucked up a bunch of my parlays, but I'm picking. Yeah, I think Volk fucks up Diego Lopez. I look at Feely just tapped to a guillotine. Come on, bro. You're in the fucking UFC. You're in the UFC, bro. A half guard guillotine. What a fucking scrub, bro. Come on. You gotta fucking belly out right there and roll over, give up top position, not just literally zero defense from Andre Feely right there, other than putting his hand out and then tapping. That was atrocious to watch. And this dude's in the UFC. That was fucking embarrassing. Terrible. That's why you don't bet on Andre Feely. Terrible. You got to defend the choke. He made no effort to defend the choke. And in half guard right there, all you got to do is put your arm up and you can relieve the pressure. Or you belly out. You give up top position. You can't get finished. That was embarrassing. That lets me know that they're not training. Henry Cejudo better take Song Yadong down because they're not training jiu-jitsu at Alpha Male. That was fucking terrible. Or I am actually seeing... All right, hold on. I'm seeing Alpha Male coach and I'm seeing the CSA guy in his corner. So I know at CSA they don't really train jiu-jitsu. But yeah, that was trash. You got to defend that shit. Like it's life or death. Wasn't hurt. Wasn't rocked. There's club and sub, and then you're like, oh, he's fucking rocked, and you get submitted, but that was nothing. I don't know. They're not doing enough jiu-jitsu, because that was some white belt shit right there. And Feely is, what, like a 20-fight veteran? He's been in the game forever? That was embarrassing. That's like, I have secondhand embarrassment for him right there. That was bad. And never bet Feely, but I fucking sprinkled him in a parlay tonight, and he just fucked me. I hate Andre Feely now. Fucking scrub. What a scrub. What a fucking scrub. That was fucking terrible. Like, his team is definitely embarrassed for that. That was fucking bad. And I know they're like a guillotine team, Alpha Male. That was like a sloppy half guard guillotine. 20 different ways to escape out of that. How often do you see guillotines finished in the UFC? Never. At heavyweight, you'll see John Jones caught Cyril Gane and won. Cyril Gane is not a good grappler. No, not even taking the nap. Defend. He did zero defense. Did not try to get out. Did not defend it at all. He like mentally checked out and just fucking tapped. That shit was terrible. That was terrible. I mean, wasn't a fan before. 100 times less of a fan now. That was fucking terrible. Again, secondhand embarrassment. That shit was trash. Fucking trash. Mainly pissed me off because like an idiot, I sprinkled him in a parlay. Definitely shouldn't have did that. You know, sprinkled him because they said it was in his backyard. Everyone who's from that area of the country has been doing good tonight, so I was like, oh, he's probably going to win too. Nah. What? Is Eric Albarracin not in Henry's corner tonight? If Captain Eric is not in his corner, he's going to struggle with that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy if he doesn't have Captain Eric in his corner. Captain Eric's been there with him since the Olympics. That's fucking wild. But yeah, we gotta move on from Andre Fili. He fucking sucks. That was some real goofball shit, Andre Fili. That guy's been in the UFC for like 10 years. How are you getting submitted to a fucking half-guard guillotine? You weren't rocked. You weren't hurt in any way. How? I just don't understand that. That shit was atrocious. Fucking terrible. That's crazy too, that thing I saw. That Song Yadong was like selling cookies or some shit outside of the arena the night that Cejudo won his gold medal. That shit's crazy. How the world comes full circle sometimes like that. That's a question too tonight. Is this the last time we see Cejudo? If he loses this fight, does he hang up the gloves? For a second time. Oh, gotta move past it, but I'm disgusted by Andre Thiele. Fucking disgusted. You know, getting KO'd is one thing, but getting caught in the guillotine, that's embarrassing. This fight should be good. Ibo Aslam. That's where my money is for this one. This one should be good. For as long as it lasts. Probably doesn't last long. And I saw a lot of people picking Kutalabra. I feel like the Turkish guy gets it, Ido Abla. You know, Kutalabra's got 10 losses, so he's proven to be defeated. Where this guy, granted lesser competition, is like 14-1. Knows how to win fights. Who do you guys got in this next one? Kutalabra or Abla? Henry Wrestler Fuchs song. I could see it. I think that's how he has to win this fight. Definitely has to use his wrestling in this fight. Definitely needs to mix it up. Can't stand and bang with Song. Song's way too big for him. Like, it's one thing when you did it with, what's his name? Marlon Moraes. He's not as long. Right now, the length of Song will definitely give him trouble on the feet. But this is Cejudo backed into a corner. Usually fights well here, but 38. A lot of factors playing into this fight. Yeah, I think Ibo Aslan wins this fight. Cutelabra gets hit too much, is too wild. And I got Ibo Aslan on my parlay, so I need Ibo Aslan. Man, I love me some Charlie Arnott, though. I am definitely a Charlie Arnott fan. In the words of Arman Sarukian, I would definitely throw some sticks at her. What is Song? I mean, Tapology has him ranked number 7. So he's in the mix. He's ahead of Cejudo. They got Cejudo ranked 12. Let me see what the UFC has Song ranked. UFC has Henry ranked 7, Song ranked number 8. So he's up there. He's a winning streak away from a title fight. These two were definitely talking a lot of shit at the weigh-ins. Hopefully they both come with that same energy. But yeah, the funniest thing Cutelabra ever did was that time he yelled at Khalil Roundtree. And he won that. He beat Khalil Roundtree before they even stepped in the cage because he bitched him up like that at the weigh-ins. This is Turkey versus the Republic of Moldova. Yeah, Austin did good. A little bit of a premature stoppage, but a win is a win. A win is a win. Yeah, he fights a little reckless, Cutelabra. Pluses and minuses in that style. You can get caught. You could also catch the guy. You know, it's tough to deal with somebody fighting crazy. I'm rooting for Cutelabra. Aslan's a little bit bigger. Cutelabra's probably got the experience edge. Both from hardened parts of the world. I think it's a better fight than people think it is, Chandler versus Patty. I think Patty can give Chandler some problems. Chandler, too, looks great in the gym, looks great on the pads. When he gets in the fight, his fight IQ plummets. So I could actually see Patty pulling that one out. I think people sleep on Patty. And Lopez, I think all you got to do to figure out who's going to win that fight, unless Volk is shot, is watch that Lopez versus Dan Ige fight. I think that's an easy night for Volk. Like, I know a lot of people were saying that, you know, Ilya can't leave. He still has to fight Diego Lopez. Diego Lopez, he's a fan favorite. He's not anything special, I don't think. It should be Volk versus Ivlev. But they fucking, for whatever reason, are looking past Ivlev. Definitely feel like Ivlev got passed over for that. Or Mosfar, however you pronounce his name. They definitely passed him over there. On some bullshit. Yeah, exactly, Donald Trump's here. I mean, he's in the mix. As far every fight, like, he's always in there because the way he fights. But yeah, he's not that good technically. You can almost compare him to like evolved Tank Abbott. His fights will be entertaining. They'll be swinging. He just got caught. He got clipped. Iblovan's got him. Aslan's got him in trouble. But they're both swinging fucking wild. Oh, Cutelabra's in on a takedown. I mean, Cutelabra's rocked, but Aslan just got so sloppy running in for that finish right there. Almost like at a time when you have the guy rocked, you need to tighten up. He started swinging wilder. Oh, he just got hit with a right hand to like the back of the head. Oh, nice uppercut for Iblan. Aslan. Oh, Cutelabra gets a takedown. Aslan sprawling, trying to get back to his feet. Cutelabra mat returns him. Trying to put a hook in. I mean, man, Aslan, I feel like just had him out. And just started swinging as if he said, hit him with a punch, and then said, nah, let's get wild, when he had him rocked. Now he's in a grappling exchange with Cutelabra. Works his way off the cage. Cutelabra throws a wild spinning back fist. Like right now, Aslan, just get tight. Jab and a straight right hand. Stop throwing crazy uppercuts and shit like he's throwing. Jab and a straight right hand. He just got rocked. Oh, shit. Aslan just threw a knee with his hands down, got rocked. Cutelabra's in on a double leg, takes him down. Steps over into mount. Man, Aslan's fighting like his name is Cutelabra, too. Like he's Cutelabra's brother. Oh my god. Aslan's looking actually like he's done right now. Cutelabra puts his hooks in. Now he's got mount. He's going for a head and arm triangle. Oh my god. Aslan's about to fucking tap out. Unreal. Fucking terrible. I mean, he was more rocked than Andre Fili, but zero defense. Just choke me. Just choke me and get me out of here. Zero defense. Fucking terrible. should have never bet on that fucking guy either. I actually bet more against Cutelabra than on this guy. Fucking terrible. Trash. What's his name? Aslan or Ablon. He had that fight won, and then he just got so fucking reckless. He let Cutelabra fucking take him down. What are you doing, bro? That you have Cutelabra taking you down? What the fuck are you doing? Fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. Him and Feely. Fucking scrubs. Put them on the fucking prelims. Fucking terrible. You're getting submitted by Ion Cutelabra, bro. Dog shit. But yeah, back to Lopez versus Volk. I think Volk walks through Lopez. Unless Volk hits that old point. He is getting up there in age. But skill-wise, he should fuck up Lopez. You know, Dan Ige took Lopez on short notice, and he was mauling Lopez in the third round. Lopez had a full camp for that fight. Man, though, that was fucking terrible to watch. He's like yelling at Bisping right now, this fucking idiot.
After 31 years of my career, only now, son, only now. I can never be for this everything. I got one experience. My grappling, but it was pretty good tonight. Do you have a name for who you want next?
Fucking trash.
You know it. I don't fuck with you. I don't fight you here. UFC, send me good contract. I'm ready for fight. Light heavyweight, or middleweight. I don't fight you here. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Igor Cutelabra.
Terrible. That shit was terrible. That shows you that dude was not supposed to submit anybody plus 1100. I'm sure submission in the first round was probably fucking insane odds. But another fight ends inside the distance. If I'm not mistaken, every fight has ended inside the distance so far. So maybe that's the bet. Andre Feely. Rarely regret that one. Man, somebody out there probably did it. I didn't do it, but if you would have bet every fight so far, not going the distance, you would have made a nice chunk of change. I mean, every fight that I've lost, I regret betting on. All various size payouts. You know, I don't go too big, too crazy, not rich. I'm trying to think of some ones that stand out. You know, I was saying it earlier, I won some money on Marab when he beat O'Malley, when he beat Nurmagomedov. If I'm not mistaken, I won when he beat Henry Cejudo as well. Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. He was a sizable underdog in that one. I remember I picked Daniel Dubois. I won a good chunk of change off Daniel Dubois versus Joshua. Man, though, that Oblong fight and Andre Feely, like, what? It's my own fault for betting on fucking scrubs. Really want to kick myself for those ones. Because that shit was fucking terrible. Atrocious. Both of those guys. Embarrassed by my picks there. Because that was straight hot dog water. Straight hot dog water, those picks. I'll be able to bet on all sports now, being 21. Only in the world I predicted the Colts and Texans week 1 to tie. Yeah, ties are rare in football. Draws, too. If you could predict a draw, usually every fight is like plus 5,000 to be a draw. Because draws are very rare. Like, there was a boxing fight tonight that was a draw. Well, the other guy clearly won, but they ruled it a draw. But, yeah, if you could pick a draw, they're usually plus 5,000. Man, though, not as mad as Feely as I am at that guy Oblong, Ibo Aslan. Just because he rocked Kutalabre, had Kutalabre hurt early, and then literally got so fucking wild that he wound up getting out-grappled by Ion Kutalabre. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Goofy fucking Turkish dude. Like, go learn how to fucking grapple. Goofy fucking idiot. Was the new Captain America good? With the Red Hulk? I saw commercials for it. Yeah, I like Marvel and DC movies. I'm not like a diehard, like I know a lot of people are really into them. But I watch them. I liked, you know, I'll watch Guardians of the Galaxy. I think those are good ones. The Avengers movies are good. I mean, it's an older Marvel movie. I think it's a Marvel movie, or it's based on Marvel before they made Marvel, but Blade is a really good movie. If you ever watched the Blade movies, the vampire movies are pretty good. But yeah, I like me some Marvel. Nobody expected a submission in that fight. That shit was fucking ass. Fucking terrible. What's the fuck is wrong with Michael Chiesa's voice? Was he yelling at somebody? Oh, that's even worse. Rewatching it, it was an arm-in guillotine that Andre Fili got finished with. You are fucking trash if you're in the UFC and you're losing to an arm-in guillotine. A half-guard arm-in guillotine. But man, I'll tell you that much. Whoever picked every fight, like sometimes it's not bad to sprinkle things like that. Like I got away from it with fighting because fighting's so fucking terrible to bet on. But you sprinkle like every fight ends, every fight to not go the distance, you get really good odds. And you can put like $1 on it. Ricky Simone too, plus 1,200 to win by knockout. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I could say you could say Pereira has GOAT status. He's a double champion in 2 weight classes. He's close. He's definitely a few wins away from being in serious conversations. Plus, if you're factoring in his whole combat sports career, what he did in kickboxing too, definitely one of the better fighters that we've seen ever. You know, I mean, GOAT status is kind of subjective too. It depends on what you're gauging it off of, but he's definitely up there. Simply too, because like I said, what he's done in kickboxing. Everyone's not a kickboxing world champion at the level that he was. And everyone's not a 2-weight world champion. But he did get fast-tracked a little bit. Like now, I think his grappling's improved a lot and he's better because he's had time to put into it. But if they would have gave him grapplers earlier in his career, he might have got some L's. Definitely could have caught some L's earlier in his career. The Rob Font fight. I don't know how that one's going to go. That's the one fight tonight that's really an unknown. I'm wondering how that one's going to play out. Man, that fucker Iblo Oblong, whatever the fuck his name was, really got me. Yeah, Magomedov is a tough matchup, but again, I was saying it earlier. I don't think he's the grappler that everyone thinks he is. He's a good grappler, but he's more of a striker, Ankalaev. He's not like Khabib or Islam, where he has like this dominant grappling that he uses to win fights. You know, we saw him get fucked up on the feet by Blachowicz, get his leg all tuned up. I imagine Pereira's going to have effectiveness with that. Plus, I think people sleep on Pereira's grappling. You know, Pereira's main training partner for years now has been Glover, who Glover is arguably the best grappler we've seen at 205 for a minute. You know, like you look at John Jones versus Glover. John Jones beat Glover mostly on the feet. Didn't give him the chance to grapple with him because he respected his grappling. Man, not seeing Eric Albarracin with Cejudo, though, is fucking crazy. I wonder if they had a falling out or what happened there. I saw Eric Albarracin posting stuff from the weigh-in, so I figured he'd be in his corner and be there, but him not in Henry's corner is fucking nuts. I saw Dan Hooker say that he does know he's going to be in the emergency room after that fight. That fight should be fight of the year. Definitely has potential to be fight of the year. When they're on the card too, it's like that's rough. Like the performance bonuses are already kind of spoken for. Either one of them are getting a performance bonus, or they're both getting fight of the night. I'm leaning towards Hooker in that fight. I think Gaethje's miles are catching up to him. He just got knocked out cold for the first time in his career. Dan Hooker, I feel like, has been coming into his own and fighting really good lately. Both of them, though, any fight could be the one where they're there. They're old. They're moved on because they both have a lot of wars, a lot of miles on them. Man, though, I gotta just move on from fucking that Feely and Aslan, whatever the fuck his name was. That shit was fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. Two fucking bums. Granted, they're in the UFC. Their jiu-jitsu's fucking terrible. Fucking atrocious grappling. Atrocious. Like, if someone's trying to strangle you, you have to defend. You have to try to defend. If you're just going to tap as soon as the fight hits the mat, go to kickboxing. Go do kickboxing or boxing. That shit was dog shit. Rough. Very rough. hopefully these fights are bangers right here. Looking for some bangers here. The Kung Fu Kid. About to start the main card. We got Julius Walker versus Alonzo Menace will be the first fight. Brandon Fitzgerald, Bisping, and Paul Felder on the call tonight. What's going on, Cretan? We were slacking, taking a break. Menace retired, as far as I know. Now just trying to get back into it. I've been live streaming the fights. Hopefully within the next few weeks, get back to doing some interviews. I've been going live every weekend that there's been fights, though. Where have you been? Can Henry Cejudo turn back the clock today? That's the question. Yeah, Song looks a lot bigger than Cejudo at the weigh-ins. Henry, one of the smallest fighters I've ever been around. Very tiny. And I'm gutted to see Captain Eric's not in his corner. That's rough. You know, I feel like that's almost like he's losing fights and thinking things are broken and he's got to fix them. It's like, go with the guys that got you here. Who was originally supposed to be in this fight? Because I know I saw a couple people say that Walker has taken this fight on short notice. I mean, I'm not seeing anybody. But yeah, they're saying that he took this fight on short notice. Oh, he was supposed to... No. That says March 22nd. So no, I'm not seeing an opponent for him. But I'm going Julius Walker in this one. I think he pulls off the upset. The juice box. Metafield, falls into that 35 rule that I always talk about. Hasn't won a fight since he turned 35. He's lost 2 in a row. And he's 37. Getting up there in age. At 205, you can kind of get into that age bracket and still win some fights, but fighting a 25-year-old, let me see. 2024, 2023. So yeah, he won 1 fight since he turned 35. In 2023. Let me see. But yeah, it's usually tough after the age of 35. Gets a little rough. Who you guys got in this one, Walker or Menafield? Odds are saying Menafield. We've had a few underdogs pull it out tonight. Love me some Charlie Arnott. I'll say it again. Big Charlie Arnott fan. All the pressure is on Menafield right now. Lost 2 in a row. Fighting a 25-year-old. All the pressure's on Menafield right now. You gotta let him know what he's getting himself into, but he's also got to stay calm and not gas himself. Ooh, I don't know. You're gonna be mad if it loses, because I'm fucking mad still about Andre Fili and that motherfucker Aslan. I mean, I like Matsumoto to beat Rob Font, but I'm also betting on age in that fight. Silva, the odds aren't very good. Cejudo as an underdog I like, but he's 38. And they just showed the weigh-in. Song Yadong's huge. I like Walker in this fight as an underdog. So yeah, I don't know. It's tough. What do I have right now, if you will? I got Walker, Matsumoto, Hernandez, and I'll sprinkle Henry in there. But maybe Hernandez, Matsumoto, and Walker. See what that looks like odds-wise. You know, I've never bet on Menafield, though. I've never been impressed with Menafield. But he has killed my parlays before. I have bet against him. But again, I like Walker, Matsumoto, and Anthony Hernandez. I like Walker, the fights that's on right now. Matsumoto over Rob Font, and Anthony Hernandez is one thing that I would throw in. But again, do what you will. I like Cejudo as an underdog, but he's 38, so that one's rough. Right now, we got Walker versus Menafield. We got Walker pushing Menafield up against the cage. I see the odds have shifted, and they now have Walker as a slight favorite. So the odds, the sports book is usually like a minute ahead of the fights, 30 seconds ahead of the fight, so they must like what Walker's doing. Right now, he's pressing. Right now, it's even money, this fight. He's pressing with Menafield up against the cage, landed some knees. Nothing significant, but cage control. Yeah, I see it. You know, it's crazy too. Like, people write fighters like, you lost me money. It's like, you shouldn't bet. I see that all the time too. Like, people post betting channels and people will blame them. Who am I looking at? What the fuck you talking about? I told you I'm looking at Walker versus Menafield. Don't know what you mean. Man, Dumbo. We still got Walker pressing Menafield up against the cage. I mean, Menafield's got double underhooks, but he's not able to turn Walker. Walker digs an underhook. Ooh, good elbow and a right hand by Walker. He just rocked Menafield, but then he changed levels for a takedown and he gets sprawled on. Should have stayed throwing. He just rocked Menafield. Good knee to the body. Couple good knees to the body by Walker. I mean, the odds have frozen, so... Oh, Walker just threw a big head kick and missed. Menafield shoots on a takedown. I mean, the odds just shifted back to Walker being an underdog, so something must have happened. Oh, you're one of those goofballs. Well, luckily, we're not on TikTok, so I can say whatever I want. Why don't you shut the fuck up, man, Dumbo? You clown. You goofy fucking moron who comes into someone's live to try to troll and talk shit. I would slap the shit out of you in real life. You're a YouTube tough guy, a fucking troll. You are a bitch at life, and you probably get no girls. And you can't fight. That's why you come in YouTube's trying to talk shit to people. Oh man, the odds just shifted to plus 200 for Walker. Oh, Walker looks rough right now. Menafield's pressing him. Don't make that bet, Joel's. Don't make that bet, Joel. Oh, Walker's in trouble here. Menafield's teeing off on him. If Walker can stay alive. Oh, Walker's done. Walker's looking done right now. Menafield might be gassed, though, but he's looking goofy-footed. What's up, Jax? Oh, Walker needs to stay in this. Menafield will gas. Oh, MMA Guru didn't block you. He don't block people. Man, what a loser Mandingo is. What a loser. Nobody in the world is jealous of you. Everyone, your parents, think you're a loser. So I don't know what you're talking about. Why'd he block you? What'd you do, Jax? If he blocked you, I can only imagine what type of stupid shit you're coming here with. Hopefully you're just here for good vibes and to watch some commentary and talk about fighting. Hopefully you're not like Mandumbo. Ooh. Alright, Walker came back a little bit. Manafield is gassed right now, so Walker needs to just keep his head in this fight. Good first round for both guys. Wild fight. What did he block you for, Jax? Let's talk about it. Oh, there's a large community of people he blocked. He blocked me last year sometime. Just made a dumb joke. He got his knickers in a wad. Your mother blocked me. Why, what was the joke? Let's hear the joke that got you blocked by the MMA guru. We like the MMA guru here. I'm not opposed to the MMA guru. We were just talking about that before. Joel, my mother is a saint. Crazy first round right there. Hopefully Menafield's gassed and Walker pulls this one out. Tell her to stop texting me. Oh, MMA Joey's fucking terrible. I've heard of him, and then I've seen like one or two of his things. Guy sucks. Yeah, MMA Gurus seems like he's a character. He grew on me. At first, I was talking about it before, how the first time I saw Nina and she did like a good interview, I was like, oh, she doesn't seem too bad. The more I saw of her, I can't stand her. MMA Guru, when I first saw of him, I thought he was a goofball. Then the more I've seen of him, I've become a fan. Now you can call me a certified fan of MMA Guru. Not Nina Drama, though. She sucks. Yeah, she's terrible. She comes up. I can't bring myself to block people. I muted some people in the chat before because they were being goofballs. Mandingo was almost on that train too, but he cleaned himself up a little bit. Yeah, she is nasty. But she comes up on my feed all the time. I just scroll to something else. I'm not going to block her. You never know when she might post the cure for cancer. No, me and Mandingo have no history whatsoever. He just came into the chat writing goofy shit, but I've had a bunch of those tonight. You know, you get it on social media or YouTube. I had a guy who came in before and was writing like poo poo pee pee and dumb shit like that. I want to talk about fighting, combat sports, talk about wrestling, jiu-jitsu, MMA, boxing, the UFC fights that are on right now. All right, Walker's starting to pull away now. I see the odds just shifted to minus 270. Looks like he's about to get a takedown on Menafield, but he doesn't get it. He's got Menafield pushed up against the cage. Colby's got some good streams. I've watched those. I don't watch them live, but I've watched them after the fact. Like I've put them on YouTube and just let them play in the background. I like that he started streaming though. That shit's funny. He kicked your ass in a fight that you're talking about. I don't know what that means. If Menafield loses, he's on thin ice. If he might be done if he loses. He's getting up there in age. He's turned in a few shitty performances. What is Dana's interim wife? I don't know what that means. Ooh. Good left hook just landed for Walker. The odds just dropped again, though, so Walker must have did something. Or not Walker. Menafield must have did something. There's trolling, and then there's just straight up fucking goofball shit. You see, like Mandingo, straight up goofball shit. You are not stronger than anyone. You are not bigger than anyone. You do not speak better than anyone. You are a clown. You should go to Nina Drama's page. You strike me as like a Nina Drama fan. or an MMA Joey fan, or who's the other guy, Jesse on Fire. Those are your type of channels, Mandingo. They appreciate clowns like you on those channels. You're not appreciated here. You're actually despised here. You're not even a good troll. If you were a good troll, it'd be like, oh shit, this guy's funny. Oh, come on, Jax. If Mandingo's cracking you up, you got issues, bro. Read his stuff that he said. The guy's saying nothing funny. The guy's a fucking goofball. Uh-oh. Odds just froze. Something happened. But Menafield coming back. Now Walker just moved into the plus. It's not... how old are you, Jax? Because nothing he's saying is off the wall. Everything he's saying is just, dare I say, retarded. Yeah, Walker, I thought, was on his way to the finish, but he at one point landed a big punch and a big elbow and then went for a double leg that he got stuffed on, so... He's still inexperienced. No fighting IQ. How old is too old, Jax? Ooh. Nice right hand for Menafield, just landed. Yeah, you're right. You are too old to be laughing at a goofball like Mandingo. Or to even remotely be appreciating anything he's saying. There's trolls that are funny and that make it entertaining, but then there's just ones that are just like, this kid's a fucking loser. Oh, there's a takedown for Walker. Menafield pops right back up. Lands an elbow. Ooh. This is a battle of attrition now. Both guys are dog shit. Tired. But I need Walker. I need Walker. No, he's probably a goofball from America who's like, I can be funny. I'll make my name Mandingo. Ha 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 ha. Probably a white guy who wants to get piped out by a black guy, so he made his name Mandingo. Guy's obsessed with Mandingos. Real goofball. Real goofball. I've dealt with a few of these clowns tonight that just come in here just to say the stupidest shit. Again, I want to talk about MMA, boxing, combat sports. I don't want to talk about clown shit or entertain the Mandingos of the world. I mean, Walker's probably got the better endurance, but it is his first UFC fight, so he's definitely going to have the jitters. Yeah, that boxing match was earlier today. Bivol won. Bivol won a decision. The odds just dropped again, so Walker might have did something. Or a little eye poke. Menafield poked Walker in the eye. Fouls are never good, though. Whenever there's a foul, it usually favors the person who committed the foul. And this fight, too, it's a subjective scoring fight. It's all about how you score fights. Oh, man. Yes, definitely worth it. Oh, I don't have a daughter or a wife. Moron. Oh, I got a good one. Send my regards to your daughter and your wife. Ha 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 ha. They know what's best. What a goofball. What a fucking goofball. At least be funny. Try to be a funny troll. You are just a fucking clown. What kind of person comes into Alive to write the type of shit that you're writing? Ooh, good body kick for Walker. Goofy person. That's what kind of person. A straight fucking goofball. No friends, no bitches, no hope in life. That's you. That's you. Oh, would have been if he hit with a low blow. Yeah, more than likely. He's a fucking weirdo, Mandingo. Again, who comes on YouTube to do this? It's the weirdest fucking thing that I've seen this a bunch of people that do this. Oh, that wasn't. I guess it was a low blow. Oh. No. Been kicked in the nuts a few times, but I don't remember it. I'm just wondering how they're going to score this fight. Because this fight's been a little bit wild. Don't know who the judges are scoring this fight for. Like if they're going body language, Walker. Got Walker in on a takedown. Crowd's booing. I mean, one of those things too. Cage control. Sometimes they score it like it's how you win a fight, just pushing someone against the cage. Other times they don't give no credit for it. But if we're going cage control, Walker. A lot of wild swings and misses by Menace. Man, Walker keeps going for these takedowns that he can't finish. Fans are not liking this one. Unfortunately, they're probably going to go with the wild swings of Menace, which sucks. I don't think either guy really walking away with this one. Ooh, both just landed good right hands. Very close fight. I don't know how the judges are going to score this one. Walker might have gave this fight away at the end, just backpedaling like that. Fucking idiot. Definitely, if Walker loses, he gave the fight away at the end right there. You can't end a fight running away backwards. They're not going to give you that round. Yeah, Sports Surge is good. Can't hate on Sports Surge. If you know how to, navigate through those type of places, it's not bad. They definitely get the job done.
UFC Fight Night is presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to drink responsibly. Made in part by Buffalo Wild Wings. Let's go scorecard. 3 rounds on the books at light heavyweight. Watching Menace trying to defend his spot in the top 15.
1337. I never heard of that one,
Yes, there he is.
but I'll have to check it out.
Okay, a little bit of extra time to tally the scorecards. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges scored the contest. Davis scores it 29-28. Here Curly has it 30-27. And Paulie Amato scores it 29-28 for the winner by split decision of Ahmed Alonso.
Oh, they gave it to Menafield. Trash. Split decision. The scorecards were all over the place. Rough day.
Congrats, Alonso. Back and forth fight. Close one, split decision. How confident were you? I would say
Yeah, that was crazy. Eric Nixon talking shit about what's his name like that. Fucking crazy.
There was a lot of action. You were both at one point. This guy's brand new. What was the game plan coming in here?
It's like, what's his name? Put him on the map a little bit, Strickland. For him to then kind of shit on Strickland was fucking nuts. Fucked up. Especially like Strickland was, if I'm not mistaken, his first champion. Like Strickland came from other gyms, but that's the most homegrown of a champion he's ever come near. For him to then go on Helwani of all podcasts and shit on him is fucking nuts. Definitely a bitch move. If you got problems with the guy, address it in person. Don't fucking go on a podcast and talk about it. That shit was terrible in my opinion. Definitely a shitty move for a coach. I've seen some coaches do some shitty things before too. That was up there. To air out like a grievance on a nationally syndicated podcast is fucking nuts. But Strickland did not perform in that fight. That was a rough fight to watch. That was probably Strickland's worst performance. But definitely shouldn't have aired out the grievance with his performance on a podcast. Terrible. I feel like a lot of fighters would probably look at that and not want to work with Nixick going forward, because you never know when he's going to throw you under the bus, because him and Strickland seemed like they were boys. And then what Strickland said was kind of spot on. He's like, I thought me and him were cool, but then he decided that he wants to be an influencer, and he's going on his podcast talking shit. It's fucked up. Definitely was a conversation, I think, that should have happened behind closed doors. And dare I say, if at all. Like Nixick, I don't think Nixick's ever fought or competed, so like he kind of doesn't know what it's like. It's not easy. Again, it's like I always compare it to work. It's like having a job. Some days you have bad days at work. So if you're going to show up to work one day and it happens to be a bad day at work, but it's on TV in front of 1 million people, do you want your coach or the people you confide in to be the one that are then going to shit on you and openly critique you? I think the reason why he caught grief is because he was saying to the death. If he wouldn't have said that shit before the fight, nobody would have held him accountable for his words. You know, I heard a lot of people say like you're saying to the death, but then you're running around fixing your fucking nose. But even that wasn't a broken nose. His nose got flattened on the other side of his face. You know, I've had my nose broken, but I never had my nose broken like that, where it was flattened on the other side of my face. So I'm sure immediately when it happened, he probably got a wave of pain and then kind of felt his nose and was like, oh shit, like my nose, you know, probably panicked a little bit in his head. Shit's not easy. I did think it was weird, the glaze that Dana gave him after the fight, where then I've seen him shit on other people, where it's like, bro, that was one of the worst performances I've ever seen from a title challenger or someone in a title fight. That was one of Strickland's performance was not good. He didn't perform. But, you know, easier said than done. It's rough competing at that level. It's rough having that bad day at work when it happens to be in front of millions of people. I just think that, like with Dana, for instance, in that he speaks one way about other people, and then the same exact thing could happen to someone else, and he'll shit on them. You know, it's always flip floppy or wish washy with people. Oh, this guy's got who's this guy? Melsik Bakhtarian is coming out with. Oh, what's his name? What's Ronda Rousey's coach's name? Head movement. Head movement. That guy. What's his name? My brain is drawing a blank, but he's got the head movement guy in his corner. Ronda Rousey's old coach. I forget his name. Head movement. Head movement. Man, why is my brain not finding this fucking answer? I don't know. He kicked Fabricio Verdum that time. Or no, Fabricio Verdum kicked him. I forget his name though. But he's fucking crazy. But that guy is in this guy's corner. I feel like I haven't seen this guy in a minute. Like I figured he wasn't coaching anybody anymore. Head movement. Head movement. Cannot remember his name for the life of me. But yeah, I think we do need to bring back soccer kicks. I'm not opposed to that. I think there should be knees to the head on the ground. We should do Pride rules, but Pride didn't have elbows because they didn't want cuts. But I think they should keep elbows. They should bring back all the old rules, just no headbutts, because headbutts are a little fucked up. But they definitely should bring knees to the head on the ground, as well as kicks, soccer kicks to a downed opponent. Like the cage favors the grappler more than it favors the striker. If you brought back knees and kicks, it would then kind of be a fair fight. Yeah, there's a school of thought for that. I could see that there should be headbutts. There was a point where they took out headbutts because Mark Coleman was so dominant with them, I feel. Like if they don't take out headbutts, that's one thing where if they keep headbutts, it'll favor the grappler more. But even now, like the way they don't have kicks to the downed opponent and stuff, it favors the grappler more. I think they got to spread the rules out a little bit, give each discipline their little bit of rule set. most South African move ever is what, the headbutt? But yeah, think back, like Mark Coleman, those wrestlers back at that earlier UFC time, they were so dominant with headbutts. And a headbutt will fuck you up. You know, like a headbutt, the thing with a headbutt too, if headbutts were legal, you can't just control the wrists to avoid getting hit with strikes on the ground. You got to kind of control almost one wrist and make sure you control the head and kind of eat punches. Definitely opens up the grappling a lot more if there were headbutts. There'd be less stalling. You can't just grab a guy's wrist and try to control him and stall because he can headbutt you. But now we got Gene Silva coming out. This guy's been on a roll lately. Definitely was just going nuts on the walkout. Melsick, Edmund Shabazian is the guy's name. I couldn't remember his fucking name. It just popped in when I read his guy's name. Melsick Pakrashigan has Edmund Shabazian in his corner. Versus Gene Silva, 8-2 versus 14-2. But I always think of that head movement, right before Ronda got knocked out. And then he was like, no! Because his money train stopped. I'd imagine him being Ronda's coach probably made $1 million off of Ronda. All the money that was flowing into her from fights and pay-per-view sales. He probably got his cut. I'm sure she took care of him. Man, Gene Silva's like up in Bruce Buffer's face right now. This guy was just crying, it looked like. Getting real emotional with this Bruce Buffer introduction. Now he's back in it. Now he's game face. Really, bro? Rough. Round one. John Silva versus Bog Hardashian. Bisping said he does not like how Gene Silva daps up his opponents too much. I agree with him. I hate when people do that shit. slow pace to start this one out. 2:30 left, first round. A lot of movement from Baghdasaryan. Good right hand from Silva. Good body kick by Silva. Nice spinning back kick from Silva.
As we said on the wall last time for John Silva, had a lot of success with those spinning elbows.
Baghdasaryan's going for slaps. Again, though, little high five from Gene Silva. Just fucking punch the guy in the face, bro. Oh, Gene Silva just dropped Baghdasaryan. Referee didn't stop it, and then he stops it. Why didn't you stop it initially? So big win there from Gene Silva. Knocks out Edmund Shabazian's boy. First round TKO for Gene Silva. Blazing knockout moment for Buffalo Wild Wings. Big left hook. Ooh. Big left hook. Hard right hand right on the chin. Nah, I feel like the referee moved in like he was going to stop the fight. Man, still no answer on my appeal, though. I hate that shit. So there's a win for Gene Silva. Quick one. So only one decision. That Menafield fight. It's the only fight that's gone to a decision, if I'm not mistaken. Sip it, Joe.
winner by TKO, I'm here with the winner, John Silva. John, overhead, walking with the glasses. John Silva, 4 fights in the UFC, 4 wins, 4 stoppages. This one was the best one yet.
4 lutas no UFC, 4 vitórias. Todas por guerra e essa foi a melhor de todas.
Hey, Seattle! Oh, thank you! Eu sou o melhor do mundo. Mas essa galera toda aí são 4 vitórias, daqui a pouco são 10.
The best in the world, and you know why? It's because of all these people that are here. 4 victories, next 5, next 10, and all of them are going to be like that.
John, you said that meeting tonight was just a mere formality. You wanted to put on a show.
Gene Silva with the win.
Foi uma unidade, mas você queria fazer show, espetáculo. Perfeito isso. E agora, vem lá.
Agradeço esse Thiago por ter me recebido aí, mas tem um cara que tá falando muita besteira, estudando aqui o pé com ele, pra mandar um braço pro outro, eu faço isso.
First of all, it was Seattle that did, so we thank you so much for the reception. But there's a guy that has been talking a lot of crap. Bryce Mitchell. Dana, put me in front of him.
Oh, Gene Silva called out Bryce Mitchell. That's a good one. I don't know why he thinks Bryce Mitchell's talking a lot of crap, though. What'd he say? Why are you hating on Bryce Mitchell for? Jalen Turner versus Bahamondes. Amanda Lemos versus Jasmine Lucindo. Bobby Green versus Mauricio Rufy. Some good fights. UFC 313. Skinhead Rob Font. Rob Font unlocked a new character, Skinhead Rob Font. Three biggest fights of the night. What are the 3 fights? Oh, Rob Font versus Matsumoto, Brandon Allen Hernandez. I forgot about Brandon Allen Hernandez for a minute. What's up, Ben? What's up, Elite?
It's the mascot. Of course, the last time the UFC came to Seattle, the Seahawks went on to win the Super Bowl after the 2013 season over the Denver Broncos. I was at that Super Bowl at MetLife Stadium, just outside New York City. Big times. The Seahawks. After tonight's main event, find
We
out
got
what
Rob
the
Font.
players on UFC
Was it Masamento coming up next?
follow both men and their teams in the Academy fight week with post-fight reactions. Watch it Friday exclusively on ESPN Plus. Career-defining fights from here on out tonight with top 10 rankings at stake. And each one started with a bantamweight division. Round number one in over rising star Kyler Phillips. Veteran contender Rob Font is back to the octagon with the intent of removing his rival John Matsumoto from the Red City Undertaker in Seattle. A fixture of the bantamweight top 10 for much of his nearly 11-year UFC career, Rob Font is still hungry for a championship belt. And he showed it last October when he pounded out a 3-round Menace decision win over Kyler Phillips. Tonight, the New Cartel standout takes on another rising star in John Matsumoto.
No, I didn't think it was a good call.
Unbeaten 16 pro fights. The resume of Brazil's
I think it was a little premature, but I wasn't, the ref sees the guy's eyes, but there were the Zhang, both heavyweight fights, I feel like were a little bit overreached by the referee. Hate to see that shit. But not a lot of complaint from the fighters, so just complaint from a fan like me who I'm a big fan of the Just Bleed guy. I want to see blood in my fights. I want to see guys get some CTE.
Now, because Jack got a call, obviously, Mom needs a call as well. Her reaction, are you crazy? Rob Font is ranked 9th, but Matsumoto knows he was ready for the spotlight.
Yeah, he was definitely hurt, but he beat the count.
He is going to snag that top 10 ranking, all in an effort to fast-track his career to the UFC side.
Thanks very much, Charlie. It would be a fast track indeed. He obviously was impressive when he won on Dana White's Contender Series, and he's looked the part.
Yeah, I could see that train of thought, but for money, they're prize fighters. They fight for money. Offer them a fight, they might take it, especially if it's the right number.
When he showed all his skills, he's 25 years old, 16 million. Can't argue with him. Exactly, Brendan. 25 years old, 16 million.
You can't be mad at him for trying to get paid.
Never gets tired.
Probably, if not the biggest purses of his career to fight that fight. I think fighters' thought process is money over health. I do want Henry to win. Rooting for Henry Cejudo in this one. But 38. And I don't like that I'm seeing that it looks like he changed up his camp a little bit. I'm not seeing Captain Eric in his corner, which is a little upsetting. I feel like coming off of 2 losses, he's probably thinking something's broke and he needs to fix it, but it's like, I don't know about that. Who did we just see for Ross in their corner? Calvin Cater. So I'm guessing Cater. And we got Cater in Font's corner. I know they are both from the Massachusetts, Rhode Island area. So I guess they left Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and went up to TriStar. And I've always heard very good things about Faraz Sahabi. Like he's a real wizard when it comes to the fight game. Very smart, very analytical, able to dissect techniques, really change guys' games with the tiniest little adjustments. So now we did see Rob Font change up his training camp, but then he kind of laid an egg against Alal. Now we'll see what Rob Font's got. Yeah, that elbow was nice. The guy who beat him seems like a good prospect. Now we'll see if this guy's a legit prospect, Gene Matsumoto. Good night of fights so far. The boxing event was good earlier today, and now these UFC fights have been delivering. Couple of smoke shows in the front row. Ooh, good right hand early on from Font. Font's coming out swinging. Ten seconds in, Font threw like 12 punches so far. Matsumoto's got him up against the cage. Changes levels, looking for a single leg. Good takedown defense by Rob Font. Yeah, it should be good. Ahead versus Ankalaev. So yeah. Oh, that's kind of a bitch move. Rob Font touched gloves and punched the guy in the face on the glove touch. That's a little fucked up. That's a little dirty, Rob Font. Now I'm rooting against him for my parlay. Now I'm really rooting against him after that shit. That's some dirtbag shit. That is some dirtbag shit, in my opinion. Rob Font, the Matsumoto came out to touch gloves. Rob Font put his hand up like he was going to touch gloves, and then immediately started punching. So, definitely a little shitty move. Kind of like a fake glove touch into a right hand. Oh, Matsumoto just landed a good right hand on Rob Font. Matsumoto in on a takedown, gets the takedown. Rob Font trying to throw up a triangle, switches to an omoplata. You know, proper etiquette. I mean, I don't even think they should touch gloves, but if you're gonna touch gloves, don't do some shit like that. You know, basically fake the glove touch and then throw a 1-2. Rob Font going for a Kimura, gets his guard passed. Matsumoto gets out of the Kimura, settles in side control. Rob Font regains half guard. I had this guy that I trained with many, many years ago. And the guy went to touch gloves, and the guy came out with like a flying jump kick. Hit the guy with the kick, rocked him with a punch, started fucking the guy up. The whole crowd started booing. And then just karma the guy wound up gassing and then getting TKO'd in the second round. But he was also like an immigrant from Ecuador or El Salvador. Barely spoke English. He didn't understand the etiquette of a glove touch. Yeah, Matsumoto's on top of Rob Font now, landing some ground and pound. Just passes guard, switches to north-south. Kind of like Karma's paying Rob Font back right now. He works his way back to his feet. Matsumoto's on his back. Trying to set up a mat return, pushing him against the cage. And there he just mat returned him, slammed him down. Yeah, I've seen the fake glove touch many times, but it's definitely a dirtbag move. Definitely a dirtbag move, the fake glove touch. I mean, it is a fight, so do whatever you got to do, but definitely a bit of a dirtbag move, in my opinion. What Brazilian dude, said Chama. I feel like that's just Brazilian lingo at this point. And it's like nobody even knows what the fuck it means. It just means Chama. Costa. Who the fuck is Costa? Was there a guy who fought tonight named Costa? I missed it. A couple good kicks from Matsumoto. First round, definitely 10-9 Matsumoto. Matsumoto doing a good job of kicking the front leg of Rob Font. Rob Font sticking behind his jab, lands a couple of good jabs. Matsumoto shoots a takedown. Rob Font pulls guard with a guillotine. But Matsumoto is not a clown like Andre Fili. He defends the guillotine and gets his head out. Rob Font tries to scramble back to his feet. Matsumoto's in on the legs. He subbed the dude in the first round. Today? Oh, that Costa who subbed Andre Fili. I didn't hear him say Chama. I was so distraught by my own stupidity that I sprinkled Andre Fili in on a parlay knowing he's such a scrub. I was so mad at myself for that. That was some of the worst submission defense I've seen in UFC history. And for it to be done by a guy who has, let me see what Fili has. Fili's got to have 20 fights in the UFC. Fili's got 24 fights in the UFC. For that to be your submission defense, to go like that and then just tap, it's like, bro, use your hands to fucking start fighting. Rob Font works his way back to his feet. Again, you got me on a rant about Andre Fili. Fucking hate Andre Fili now. Wasn't a fan beforehand. Bet on him because it was his hometown. Thought he'd perform. Didn't think Costa was a world beater. Andre Fili's fought some really good fighters. Beat some really good fighters. Not tonight, though. All the fighters that Andre Fili beat probably watched that fight and are like, man, I can't believe all I had to do was fucking do jiu-jitsu on this guy. Who was being cocky? Fili or Costa? You know, the only thing I've ever seen about Fili that I liked is Fili used to bang Paige Van Zandt. And at one point, Cody Garbrandt moved from Ohio to California and started training at Alpha Male, and he started banging Paige Van Zandt, and he kind of stole Paige Van Zandt from Andre Fili. And Andre Fili got drunk one night and went on the Underground. MMA.TV went on the Underground and started talking about it and said, like, I used to bang her, and this kid Cody came from Cleveland. He's cool and all, but fuck him. Like, he stole my girl. And then it's funny, like, there was like a little love triangle. So Cody Garbrandt used to bang Jessica I when he was in Ohio. He then kind of just left Ohio without telling Jessica I anything and went to California and started banging Paige Van Zandt. So he left Jessica I, started banging Paige Van Zandt, and he stole Paige Van Zandt from Andre Fili. Some MMA history for you. Oh, Kimura attempt by Rob Font. But he's in side control, which is going to be tough. But yeah, Andre Fili's cocky. You know, my old friend that I used to do the podcast with, Dennis Bermudez, when he fought Andre Fili used to come into his lives and go on all his posts and troll him before the fight. So I've never really been a Fili fan. I, again, just sprinkled him in my parlays because they told me it was his hometown. Turns out, guy has fucking terrible jiu-jitsu. 24 fights into the UFC, and he's getting caught with arm and guillotines in half guard. Is fucking atrocious. He should have put his gloves down after that, to be honest with you. Because that was fucking bad. That was fucking bad. I got shouted out by Tim Sylvia. Tim Sylvia is an OG. So one of my first coaches was a guy by the name of Space Monkey. He trained at Militich's. His first pro fight, Tim Sylvia was one of his cornermen. Tim Sylvia with the championship belt on at a local regional MMA show is one of his cornermen. But yeah, that was like a thing with Tim Sylvia. You know, some people say corny, but if you fought and earned a title, you'd do it too. He fucking was the UFC champion. He used to wear the belt everywhere. Nice uppercut from Matsumoto. Rob Font knows he's behind in this fight. He's fighting like it right now. Good low kick from Matsumoto. Hopefully the judges get this fight right, though, because the rounds have been scrambles. I get asked that question a lot. I don't know if I have a favorite fighter. I just like fighting in general. I have fighters I like to watch. You know, I like watching Dan Hooker. I like watching Gaethje. I like watching Ilya. Always like watching a Conor McGregor fight. I like watching Dustin Poirier. I'd actually say my favorite might actually be John Jones. I like John Jones. I used to like Joanna Jędrzejczyk, so I named my dog after John Jones and Joanna Jędrzejczyk. Oh, a nice cut on Matsumoto's head now. Hopefully that don't affect the judges. He needs to win this round. Couple good elbows. Yeah, I got no beef with Aspinall. Some of his fans, though, are a little cringy that they think he walks through John or that he deserves GOAT status and like some just crazy shit. You know, he's got a ways to go. He could get there, but heavyweight's such a weak division that it's tough to get there. It's tough to stay champion. It's tough to stay winning fights because it only takes one. Oh, Matsumoto just got sprawled on. He's making this fight closer than it has to be. A good elbow by Rob Font opened up a nice raspberry little gash on the head of Matsumoto. Good uppercut by Rob Font. You know, I used to like watching GSP fight. I always liked Fedor. Vanderlei Silva, back in the day, was always a great fight. Rampage was always a great fight. I got a lot of favorite fighters. Prime Henry Cejudo was always entertaining to me. I used to like even the art of like a Dominic Cruz. Dillashaw was entertaining. A lot of guys. Paddy Pimblett has grown on me. You know, there's a lot of guys, a lot of the guys that I used to train with, they don't compete no more. A lot of them retired, but then there's still a few that I've known for years that compete that I like watching. I like watching Jared Gordon. He always is on the wrong end of luck, though. Decisions and headbutts and bullshit. Randy Brown. Gilbert Burns. Just like fighting in general. I'll watch anything. Today I was really looking forward to Parker versus Dubois, but it got scrapped. And instead we got Bacoli on 1 day's notice versus Parker, which wound up being a second round doctor stoppage, where the fighter beats the 10 count, but they stop the fight anyway. This is a good fight. I just hope the judges get this fight right. 2 rounds to 1 for Matsumoto. I'll give Font this 3rd round. But if they fuck me, ooh, good right hand by Font. Both guys swinging till the end. was good. I'm not mad at that fight. But I need the judges to get it right. If you're watching the fights, how'd you have that fight scored? I got it 2-1 for Matsumoto. Need the judges to get it right for my last few parlays that I had open. You know, I had both the same. One of them has a hockey bet on it, but I need Matsumoto, Hernandez, and Cejudo. Don't know if Cejudo's winning it, though, but there's always hope. There's always hope.
Now, ESPN, MMA show, Big Guy, that guy was Daniel Columbia and Chael Son. Watch on YouTube, ESPN 2, ESPN Plus, and listen wherever you get your podcast. We see Chael every Monday and Thursday.
Let's see what the judges think.
Bruce Buffer still tallying the scores alongside.
Oh, split decision for somebody.
That was epic final 30 seconds. The crowd just willed them into a slugfest.
Split decision for somebody. Always rough when the judges take a minute. Matsumoto, 2 rounds to 1 is the correct scoring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Here in Philly's first contest, 29-28, Claudio Rocco has it. 29-28, Matsumoto. As Mike Bell scores the contest, 29-28 for the winner by split decision.
Fucking bullshit. He didn't win that fight. Such bullshit. Such bullshit. He did not win that fight. I thought clearly lost the first 2 rounds. Terrible. Bush League. But, you know, that's why Dennis Bermudez retired. We were speaking about the Menace before. That's why Bermudez retired, is because the judges aren't that good at their job. You know, Font was outlanded in the first round and the second round and got out-grappled in both rounds. So I don't know what they were scoring. Clearly, Rob Font, and not even that clear, but because of the blood, won the 3rd round. But that was rough. Oh, bullshit. That's rough. But a 35-year-old won a fight against someone younger, so that's always crazy to see. So yeah, 2 judges gave Rob Font round 1. I don't know what they were watching. Don't know what they were watching. Got outstruck and outgrappled in the first round. All right, we got 2 more. Anthony Hernandez versus Brendan Allen's up next. Just gonna take a moment.
unbelievable. I'm just glad that these guys can do it for 5 rounds. I love it. It's just such a style. It's so long and tough as nails. He's proven that time and time again. And the highlight reel himself just continues. You're looking to get back in there and do another one of these backflips off of the cage. Can't wait for that one. Wait, the appetizer for the most active superstar in the sport against the one. Again, UFC Henry Cejudo, Alex Menace, the defensive title against the challenger on a fixing but unbeaten streak, Magomed Ankalaev. Plus, if you don't headline her against the booker, you can get a special offer if you purchase UFC 213. Before March 3rd, you get $10 off the normal price. Go to UFCSmark.com. EBZ to order. Co-main event on deck is Carly Report.
Thank you so much, Brendan. While some people are calling this a rematch, Brendan Allen does not see it that way. He says he's watched their fight from 7 years ago multiple times now. He barely recognized something like back then. His goal is to come out with surgery.
Damn you, Rob Font.
Dominant showing to ensure he maintains the highest position in the middleweight standing. Anthony Hernandez, meanwhile, saw real value in Harlem, calling him out. He's ready to use his momentum and take that top 10 spot. And while he has tons of respect for Allen, Rocky says he has the upper hand. The last fight was 5 rounds split with 3, so he will not have to worry about getting tired as he goes for his second straight win. For him in a position to hopefully contend for the title sometime this year. And we know Rocky is a finisher of the highest order, looking to add another to his streak, which now sits at 4. The Hernandez middleweight are coming up next in this co-main event.
Yeah, that shit was trash. I'm rooting for Dan Hooker. I'm rooting for Gaethje too. I don't care who wins, but I think Hooker's gonna win. You know, Gaethje smokes weed, does shrooms, and puts on entertaining fights. So I'm not mad at Gaethje. Gaethje's a heavy hitter too. Gaethje smokes dabs. So he has like a rig and smokes oil. Eating some stuffed clams. Is anybody a fan of stuffed clams? Yeah, that was a crazy knockout by Max. I think just a rough night for Gaethje. You know, Gaethje got caught early in that fight. I was kind of behind the whole fight. I think Max was just a little better. A little more seasoned, crisp with his striking. Yeah. I'm excited for a Volk fight. I'm not really the biggest Lopez fan. I'm not sold on Lopez. He's good, but I feel like people hype him up a little too much. You know, I look at the 3rd round versus Ige. I look at the Mosfar Evil Lev fight. He's definitely got some holes that I think Volk exploits. I don't know if he has the striking to beat Volk. I mean, anybody could be caught. We have seen Volk knocked out twice now, but Volk's pretty good. People sleep on how good Volk is. And I feel like people forget how good Volk is. Just because he lost to arguably 2 of the best guys in the world. But then you also look at it, you know, he beat the way he beat Max, and Max is still an elite guy. Even despite getting fucked up by what's his name? By Ilya. I'm sure Max is still beating a lot of people. Man, a lot of my college bets today shit the bed.
Challenges have gotten bigger for Anthony Hernandez's flame has grown. It's grown brighter and hotter to the tune of now 6 straight wins.
The first fight, he put up a great fight. The second fight, they did him dirty by giving him the fight on short notice when they should have just ran it back immediately. Giving him the fight on short notice was kind of dirty. The performance he put on in the first fight, he deserved running it right back. At least in my opinion. They definitely should have just ran that right back. They did him dirty. Yeah, the second fight was kind of a walkthrough. You saw, even though Volk looked soft in the midsection, had no training camp. You need a training camp for someone like Islam, especially when Islam had a training camp. I would think that we're going to see it. There's rumors I'm seeing that it might be Ilya versus Dustin, which I think does nothing for Ilya if he beats Dustin and Dustin's retiring, or if Dustin happens to beat him. I think he should get the title shot versus Islam. I think, if I'm going to speculate, they're waiting for like International Fight Week. You know, that could be a really good headliner for International Fight Week, is Ilya versus Islam. And I think Ilya's alive. He should be an underdog in that fight. I think he's a live dog in that fight. People sleep on Ilya. Ilya was a grappler, if I'm not mistaken, was a grappler before he was a striker. And now you see all he does is striking. His striking's fucking good. He's game. Man, they are really hyping Brendan Allen up. I don't know. I really thought he should have fought Paddy Pimblett. I feel like that was the fight they could have made. But Dustin said Paddy was below him, which I don't really think. And I don't know. You would have thought it would have been Connor or Nate Diaz or someone like that, but they're not around right now. So if he's not fighting Paddy Pimblett, all signs are actually pointing to Ilya, which is crazy. Yeah, I'm rooting for Hernandez in this fight. Guys who dyed their hair blonde, though, are 1-0 tonight. Big knockout for, what's his name? Ricky Simone. So let's see what happens in this one. Introducing first. Fluffy Hernandez, too. Did Dan who? Hooker? He has dyed it. I'm not sure if it's dyed right now. Might be, though. It seems like that's been part of his run lately, is the dyed hair. Kind of channeling that Charles Oliveira. You know, it actually started with, like, Kevin Randleman used to dye his hair, or Tito Ortiz used to dye his hair. Like, that was part of their flipping the switch into their alter ego a little bit, was dyeing their hair blonde. That's, like, the mentality, I think, behind it. But Fluffy Hernandez, I usually bet against him. Tonight I bet on him, so he better not fucking sell me. Like, he surprised me. I thought he was going to lose to Michelle Pajeda, and then he fucking completely mauled Michelle Pajeda. You know, Michelle Pajeda was looking like a real killer at 185, and then he got completely big brothered by Anthony Hernandez. Like, embarrassed by Anthony Hernandez. Round 1, Hernandez, Brendan Allen, the rematch. Brendan Allen trains with a really good team, though, in South Florida. Killcliff, Sanford, very, very good gym. Ooh, good low kick by Brendan Allen. They got a really good gym. Ooh, Fluffy just ate a head kick. Brendan Allen tried to jump on his back, but now Anthony Hernandez is on top of him. So the monkey jump on the back that he tried there worked against him. Now he's in a bad spot. Oh, he goes for an omoplata. You know, this is where Fluffy Hernandez won the first fight. And this is where Fluffy Hernandez does his best work, is just out-scrambling people. Mauling them on the ground, making them work. Zapping their energy bar. Oh, uses a wizard to get up. Keeps trying to take the back, though. And that's what's costing him. That's the second time him trying to jump on Hernandez's back has cost him the position. Now they're up against the cage. Fluffy's got Brendan Allen pushed up against the cage. Little trip by Anthony Hernandez. Brendan Allen works his way back to his feet. Nice mat return by little body lock ripped to the ground by Anthony Hernandez. He's tough to deal with, Anthony Hernandez. Brendan Allen's trying to pop up. He's just getting controlled, out-grappled by Hernandez so far. How new, Benjamin? Any time is a good time to get into it, in my opinion. Brendan Allen's trying to work his way back to his feet. Fluffy Hernandez doing a good job holding his ankle, not letting him stand up. He's got one hook in. Yeah, he's got a very exhausting style, Anthony Hernandez. And sometimes you see people like that who just have cardio for days. Hernandez just lost a scramble, winds up on bottom. Brendan Allen on top in half guard. Fluffy Hernandez trying to create space. That's rough, though. You had the round, and now you're kind of giving the round away here. Hernandez needs to get out of this position so he doesn't lose the round. The first fight I watched was Ilya Emmett. That's a good fight to get hooked onto it. was pretty one-sided, if I remember correctly. Ilya. But for Ilya to be the first, was that a main event? I think that was a main event. For Ilya to be the first main event you watch is good. He's a good fighter to get hooked into. But wow, like I said, always bet against Hernandez. Now I bet on him, and now he's getting fucked up on the ground. He was doing good. Now he's getting held down in half guard, almost got head and arm triangle, getting a little pot shotted by Brendan Allen. Oh, Brendan Allen went for an Americana. Anthony Hernandez gets out of it. Looks like his arm just got fucked up. Yeah, I think Anthony Hernandez is in trouble here. Brendan Allen's beating him up, looking for a choke. Has one hook in. 20 seconds left. Of course, this is how he fights. Oh, now he's under the neck. Already got out. How is this how he fights the night that I finally fucking bet on him? You already beat the guy. Just do what you already did. He was a minus 325 favorite. Now he's bloody and just lost that first round. Unreal. Not a good start there. He did not win that round. Did not win that round. Yeah, that was a rough first round. He was doing good till he lost that scramble. That's all it takes is one punch, one loss of a scramble, and then you're on your back getting fucked up. Minus 340, he closed that as a favorite. Confidence is high right now for Brendan Allen. But you see how he didn't pull an Andre Fili? He scrambled and defended himself from a choke. Good low kick to start the round for Brendan Allen. They still have Hernandez as the favorite, minus 130. Oh, he's about to get another takedown. He just took Brendan Allen down. So, yeah, he just got to now maul Brendan Allen for these next two rounds. Because he definitely lost that first round. He just can't lose a scramble and wind up on bottom because it seems like he doesn't have much off his back. And Brendan Allen's good on top. Looks like he's got a cradle, just went for a guillotine for a second, let it go, went back to the cradle, just using the cradle to control Brendan Allen. Oh, he's got a guillotine. But even here, had a guillotine. Brendan Allen immediately starts fighting his wrist, fighting his hands. Doesn't fucking sit there and let himself get choked. Like that is, it's good if you have a high-level guillotine, but even then, the most piss fucking move. It's the most basic jiu-jitsu move there is a guillotine. Like if you have 20 fights in the UFC and you can't defend a guillotine, you should put your gloves down. Oh, Anthony Hernandez is going for a rear naked. Lets it go, but he's on top now. Half guard, kind of half on the back. He's got one hook in. Can't lose a scramble, though. Cannot lose a scramble again. We saw if he winds up on his back, he's not that good. Oh, that's funny. My stream. I didn't realize my stream. I got to adjust that. My other stream is like 20 seconds behind. When did I get up? Yeah, I feel like that was a while ago that I got up. Now I just started thinking, like, where am I even here? Did I get up and I'm But see there, Hernandez almost lost another scramble. You wish Dustin got his G? What does that mean? I would have liked to... Oh, guillotine. Another perfect example. It's tough to guillotine good guys. You have to get a guillotine on a good guy. They have to be exhausted. You have to like trap them, maybe rock them, a club and sub. Oh, 2 minutes. He better not lose this fucking scramble. Fluffy Hernandez went for another stupid adjustment in the scramble. Now he's on his back. And now he's on his back again. Come on, Fluffy Hernandez. Same exact fucking thing as the first round. And now Brendan Allen's throwing hooks in. Unreal. All right, he's only got one hook in, so Fluffy's got to fucking win this scramble here. Now he's winding up on his back. This is not good. Unbelievable. He's going to give this fucking fight away. 2 moments in each round where he just made the wrong adjustment in a scramble. In rounds he was dominating. He's got to get... There you go. He shook him off. He needed that to save this round. All right, so now it should be 1 round apiece if he doesn't make another shitty adjustment. But yeah, Brendan Allen is showing that he's definitely not the guy you can make bad adjustments against, because he'll get on top of you. And he's good on top. Some good elbows from Fluffy Hernandez. But yeah, I had one night where I had a bunch of parlays. And, sometimes you fuck up and you put the same bet in too many things. But I had Michel Pereira in too many parlays the night that he fought Anthony Hernandez. Like, he was the one I thought was a lock for some reason. And I would have won like $1,000, $2,000, a good amount of money. And everything was contingent on Fluffy Hernandez versus Michel Pereira. And then he completely fucking mauled Michel Pereira. It was terrible. All right, definitely 1 round apiece. Anthony Hernandez got to fucking not fuck around this round. Is this Robbie Lawler in Brendan Allen's corner? I can't see. It is. It's that guy Tuco and Robbie Lawler. One of my favorite moments that of like just the guy Tuco made me think of it. And again, it's crazy that he didn't come harder in that fight. Was how hard Strickland went after Dreykus that time in the crowd. Like, where was that energy at UFC 312 or 311, whatever number that was? 312. You tried to kill him in front of a 24,000 witnesses. Where was that same energy, bro? Go after him. Round 3. 1-1, yes. We need Fluffy. Anthony Hernandez. Oh, a little eye poke action. Anthony Hernandez saying it was a punch. Let's see. Oh, that's a punch. That is a punch. His fist was completely closed, and he punched him right in the fucking eye. Yeah, he did. That was one of his worst performances. But like I said earlier, sometimes you show up to work and you have a bad day. Fighting is just the worst place to have a bad day at the office. Ooh, good left hook for Brendan Allen. He just rocked Hernandez. Come on, Hernandez. Don't fucking blow this. Ooh, good combination by Hernandez. Shoots in, gets sprawled on. Guillotine attempt by Brendan Allen. Oh, get up, Fluffy. Get up. Get up. Oh, my goodness. This fight's got me stressing right now. It should be 2-0 for Hernandez, but he gave that first round away with that bad scramble. Brendan Allen's game, though. He's pressing right now, trying to win this fight. Oh, there we go. There's Hernandez in on a body lock. He's got to finish this takedown. Not do some stupid shit. He's trying to sag on Brendan Allen. Looks like he'll get this takedown. Just got to make sure he doesn't get out scrambled here. Got to hook in. He's just got to maintain control. But yeah, Strickland at 312. I think he put a lot of pressure on himself. He talked a big game leading into the fight. And that's tough. He just needed to perform and just had a shitty night. I think credit also goes to Dricus. Dricus is tough. Has a lot of power. He saw what he did to Strickland's nose. He's an awkward style, tough to deal with. Not the easiest opponent. Oh, come on, Hernandez. 3 minutes left. Hernandez trying to rip. Gets him to the floor with a body lock. He's got to avoid losing this scramble. Anthony Hernandez just passed Chris Weidman for the all-time takedown leader at middleweight. That's crazy. Stay on him, Hernandez. Do not lose a scramble here. Close this fight out. I mean, if he doesn't make mistakes like he did in this fight, Hernandez is a problem. Biggest attribute he has is cardio. He's lost 2 of the scrambles trying to take us back, so I like staying here in the wrestler's position, kind of just landing what you can. Brendan Allen showing that he's scrappy, and he's able to win these scrambles, so that's what he's got to do. Just cradle, land some knees, ride this one out. If anything, set up the Merkel. The Merkel is that position when he puts like a hook on the inside, kind of, and just kind of holds the body lock. It seems like that's his. Well, that's like his go-to position. Another little cradle. See, don't go for the choke. Oh, he's going for it. All right, good. He's got to wind up on top if he goes for it. Up, up, up. Hernandez got me stressing this fight. Straight up stressing me out. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch. Oh, he just lost the scramble. He's on bottom. All right, he won it. He got it together. Omoplata attempt by Brendan Allen. I'd have to rewatch that Rob Font fight, but I feel like I was also rooting for Massimento. But I feel like Rob Font got a gifted decision, so hopefully the judges score this fight right. Good win for Fluffy Hernandez. Hopefully the judges get that right. Very hopeful the judges get that right. Would be very rough if they fucked that one up. Hey, we thought it was 2 on Massimento too, though. you know, judges sometimes, are they even paying attention? So that's always like a rough thing that you have when you get close fights. Is what are the judges scoring? How much of the round did they watch? Were they paying attention? And that's the craziest thing. Again, I said how before, you know, Dennis Bermudez has told me in the past that he retired because the judging. And with the way the fight pay is structured, you lose half your income if the judges fuck it up. So if your pay is 50 and 50 and you win a fight but you lose by the judge's decision, you lose $50,000. You know, after taxes, whatever, it's a little bit less, but pay your corner and whatnot, but still, it's a lot of money. It has big impacts. Imagine if you're not one of those guys who gets guaranteed pay and you have a bigger purse. You make 150 and 150. $150,000, a lot of fucking money to lose because 3 judges weren't paying attention. Shit can get real sketchy, real rough. Better be 2-1 Fluffy. All right, all 3 judges. That was close. He was 1 scramble away, though, from losing that fight. He had me fucking sweating that fight out. But that's rough for Brendan Allen because now it's like, so wherever Fluffy Hernandez goes, Brendan Allen's always going to be right beneath him because he's beaten him twice now. Longest active win streaks in the middleweight division. Dreykus with 9, Anthony Hernandez and Kyle Bahario with 7. That was good. That's a pretty big accomplishment. Most takedowns in middleweight history. I don't know if anybody's catching Merab, though, anytime soon. Yeah, I think he won round 1. Brendan Allen. But the second round was close. He had that moment where he could have controlled the rest of the round. Luckily, Hernandez was able to get out of that position. 2 moments in that fight where Brendan Allen fucked up is he tried to take the back. One of them, he got thrown to the ground in the beginning of the fight after he landed a head kick, and then the second one, he got thrown to the ground after trying to jump on the back. Sometimes that works, but sometimes you wind up losing the position and winding up on your back, giving the guy a free takedown. So now, Cejudo versus Song Yadong. Need some Cejudo action. So I need Cejudo, or I need the fight to finish under 4.5 rounds. I don't think it could have been a split, but I thought maybe with the way the judges have been, the judges I think had 2 splits tonight. The Walker fight, Walker Menafield was split, and that other fight was split. Rob Font. One thing I worry about Cejudo, though, he's still with some of the same team, but the fact that Eric Albarracine's not in his corner, I feel like he had the loss to Merab, the loss to Aljamain, and he probably thought something was broken and tried to fix it by changing up things a little bit, which isn't always the answer. You know, you lost to 2 of the best in the world. Eric Albarracine's been his number 1. Absolutely should be in his corner tonight. I don't like that when a guy switches up like that. You know, arguably he lost to two of the other bantamweight goats in Marab and Aljo. Nothing to change up your camp about. Just go back to work and make those minor adjustments. Don't make major adjustments. You know, now he's got Song Yadong. Song Yadong's fucking a tough out to be switching shit up on. Song is very skilled. I'm not sure how old Song is. I think he's still under 30. He's still young. Let me see. Song's 27. 10-3 in the UFC. His last fight, he lost to Peter Yan. Lost to Sandhagen. Lost to Kyler Phillips. Biggest win is probably Marlon Vera. You know, you can look at it like every time he stepped up to that next upper echelon, he's lost. He lost to Peter Yan, he lost to Sandhagen. Cejudo's that upper echelon, but is Cejudo old, is the question. Has he slowed down too much, is the question. I mean, nobody's ever knocked out Cejudo. DJ TKO'd him with a rib shot. He lost decision to Aljo. And even that, when he lost to Aljo, he hadn't fought in 3 years. He was one round away from a judge giving him that fight and him become a new champion. The Benavidez fight, he won. He got robbed. And yeah, he's never been knocked out. I remember kind of seeing him rock against Marias, but then he got that Mexican grit. He bit on his mouthpiece and came back and fucked him up. But we haven't seen, it's been a year exactly, or a week. February 17th, 2024 was Henry's last fight. So it's been about a year, pretty much a year and a few days since his last fight. Riding with Henry. Yeah, but him versus Mighty Mouse, when he did beat Mighty Mouse, was a very close fight. But Mighty Mouse was that guy. That's probably the only way you're going to beat a guy like Mighty Mouse in his prime. Who beat Mighty Mouse? Knocked him out with a knee and won. I forget who. Morenos? What was his name? The guy, I know he's from American Top Team. Let me see. But then I do know Demetrius came back and beat him. Adriano Marias. Came back and beat him twice. Knocked him out and then beat him by decision. And yeah, that's crazy that this guy was 10 years old selling flags outside at the Beijing Olympics when Henry Cejudo was in there as, I think, a 19-year-old winning an Olympic gold medal. So definitely an interesting storyline. We'll see what happens here. Let me just check that. No answers. So some troll got me banned on TikTok for the day. And they have not answered my appeal. Usually they answer my appeal, whether it be good or bad, by now. Those sons of bitches. I get censored way too much. At least YouTube's been a lot more lenient, I feel, with what I say.
Henry Cejudo, but also represents by far the biggest opportunity in his career. This or that will be crucial. He's been on the cusp as a serious bantamweight contender and probably the deepest and most talented weight class in the UFC. He could be on the cusp no longer. He would be into it as a serious contender if he comes back Henry Cejudo.
I've done YouTube for a minute, on and off though. My problem is consistency. Trying to get on a much more consistent path now, but did it very consistently for a few years, then fell off. But trying to get back on hard now. Eventually want to get back to doing some interviews. I feel like that's kind of the shortcut to getting followers and getting some attention to your channel is you get on some good names, which I should have the ability to do. We used to do the podcast Menace and the Man very consistently, but fell off. Now Menace retired from the podcasting game. But this is what I enjoy doing, is just talking about fighting. Whether it's one viewer, thousands of viewers, I'm into having discussions about combat sports, talking about stories, watching fights. It's what makes me happy. So I've been going consistently live with the fights the last month or so, a few months. We had that little break the end of last year, beginning of January, where there was a big break in fights. I didn't really do much then, but I got to get back into uploading content, making videos, interviewing some fighters. I think one of my first, well, definitely I'm going to try to, I was thinking about hitting him up last week, but I didn't do it, was Eric Albarracin, thinking that we'd be talking about the Cejudo fight. But now that he doesn't have Eric Albarracin in his corner, it makes me think like, wow, there's something to talk about there. The first MMA, I used to watch boxing fights when I was a little kid. The first MMA fight I saw was I watched UFC 1 on pay-per-view when I was a little kid. And I was hooked. I remember watching it and thinking that Ken Shamrock was going to kill Royce Gracie. I saw the muscles, and I was like, oh shit, this guy's going to rip this little fucking guy in the pajamas head off. And then I didn't know what happened when Royce Gracie won. I was like, what the fuck just happened? But then that just started this evolving glimpse into combat sports, which eventually led me to boxing, led me to jiu-jitsu, led me to wrestling, led me to Muay Thai, led me to Dutch kickboxing, finding all these different styles to train in, different coaches, traveled all over the country. Yeah, now it's 313. That's what's crazy. I'm like, I am an encyclopedia of combat sports knowledge. But I also probably have some brain damage or some CTE, so I have like, I'm a little forgetful. But yeah, I remember seeing Art Jimison with the one boxing glove when I was a little kid and being like, that looks fucking weird. And then sure enough, as an adult, it's weird. But then I remember I watched the first one. I saw the first one on pay-per-view. Didn't get to see the second one. Didn't get to see it because I was a little kid. But then when I was old enough to go to the VHS stores, I would rent pro wrestling tapes. And I would always look for the UFC tapes. And I'd find them. I'd rent them too. And then it went into like a dark age where you couldn't watch it even on pay-per-view. All you could watch was the VHS tapes. So then I was obsessed with it, going to the VHS stores, getting the tapes from there. And then Zuffa bought it. And it became like, got back on pay-per-view. When I was a teenager, like a preteen, I used to have an event all by myself. I'd order it on pay-per-view. I'd get a bunch of food. Nobody knew what it was. Everyone thought it was like pro wrestling. But yeah, I've been hooked my whole life. Started with Mike Tyson fights when I was a little kid. UFC, the earlier UFCs and Mike Tyson fights. And started with pro wrestling. That's what had me on, you know. A lot of them. I liked Joanna. She was good. Kayla Harrison was good. Volkanovski was good. Dominic Cruz was good. Dana White was good. Cejudo was good. Uriah Faber. Matt Serra was a good interview. Let me think. Yeah, a lot of people. I've played phone tag with a lot of people too. A lot of it's scheduling, and it's tough to, Menace, when we used to do the podcast, his schedule was always tough to coordinate with. And then coordinate with the fighter that we were trying to get onto. So it was always a little bit of a headache, but I want to start interviewing people, and my schedule for the interviews will be pretty open. Where I should be able, if they will do it or I can get to them, I can do any time. I'll make it work. I'll make it happen. But Volkanovski was good. I did a shoey for Volkanovski. I did one out of a glass boot, and then I did one out of an actual shoey for Volkanovski. The first time he beat Max, and then I think the second time he beat Max, I did the shoey. I mean, my brain froze. I'm trying to think of who else. But yeah, interviewed a lot of people. Junior Dos Santos. Hector Lombard was always a funny interview. Like one time we were interviewing Hector Lombard, and Hector Lombard's a big Trump supporter. So he was talking about Trump. He was sitting on a bench in Florida, and he was talking about Trump. And someone walked past him and said something to him. And he was like, "What you say? You talking to me?" And the guy like doubled down and said, he's like, "Shut the fuck up, man. Get the fuck out of here. Keep walking. Fucking asshole. Fuck you. Fuck you." And he started like arguing with some random fucking guy. And then he, like, the phone started getting all scrambled. Then he sat back down. He was like, "You fucking asshole." And then we were like, "What the fuck just happened?" He's like, "No, it's some fucking guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy." But he's awesome too. Like, I've gone down to Florida and gone to fights and partied with him after some of the Elite XC, not Elite XC, the Khabib, the Eagle FCs. Hector Lombard took us out to eat. Really good dude. He's fucking funny. But yeah, I've had a lot of good interviews. Eric Albarracin, Henry Cejudo's coach, was always a good friend of the show. Was always very courteous with his time. Good interview. Bo Nickel was a good interview. Yeah, we interviewed a lot of people, but the problem was we didn't do enough with the content. Like all the people I named, our podcast should have blew up. We just didn't do enough with the content. We didn't share it the right way. We didn't put it out on consistent timelines where people knew it was coming. We kind of just always would like put it out and hope the audience found it, which they didn't for the most part. You know, numbers wise, the biggest thing that I did interview wise was Joanna. Ooh, Cejudo's coming hard right now. Cejudo's back to that karate style. It seemed like he was getting away from it for a minute. But I definitely would love to see him mix in some wrestling, not just make it a striking match with Song. I feel like he'll land his strikes more effective if Song's thinking about takedowns. Good body kick by Cejudo. There's a little feint for a takedown. Misses with a left hook up top. Showed a takedown, went for a flying knee. I do not like flying knee attempts like that. If Song plants his feet, uncorks a two, he's going to hit you right in the chin. Got to be wary of those. All right, Benjamin, it was good talking to you. Let's go, Cejudo. Make sure you throw me a follow. Catch me next time I'm live. Good low kick by Song. Henry looks a little unsure. He needs to come up with a game plan here. Another low kick by Song. Song is doing very good at the distance management so far. He's not letting Henry get close to him. Henry's got to get close to him. Henry's got that short reach with his feet and his arms. Little right hand for Song. Looks like it just glanced the ear. You know, it's rough. I feel like Song he invites you in with his hands so low. But then when you get in, he's throwing missiles at you. We know Cejudo could fight 5 rounds. He did it after not having fought for 3 years, so he's definitely got 5 rounds in him. Oh, good little left hook just landed for Song. Oh, good low kick. Good little calf kick landed for Cejudo. Another good calf kick for Cejudo. Both guys, lead leg looking a little red. Cejudo keeps doing this stepping with his hands down that I'm not liking. Oh, there's a single leg attempt. Song avoids it. You know, I feel like he's probably got him, but his best takedowns are body lock, trips, things like that, Cejudo. Don't really remember or ever knowing him to have a good blast double or a real good single leg that he's gone to. I'm sure he has it. Ooh. Song misses with an uppercut. Henry looks good though so far. They got Song outlanded him this first round, 19-11. But I feel like I've seen the more effective strikes coming from Cejudo. Little short right hand just glanced for Cejudo. Ooh, just ate a right hand and left hook. Might have sent the round. Ooh, good right hand for Cejudo. Tough round. They're saying Song had more volume. You know, Cejudo did stumble him a little bit with a calf kick. Let's say 1-0 Song. Close round. Very close first round. Could see the judges going either way with that one. I'm going to go Song. Little right hand, left hook landed for Song. I want to see that low kick. Yeah, he caught him with a good calf kick. Ooh. Couple low kicks from Song. Almost hit him with a right hand. Henry's just coming short with his punches. Song's doing a good job of sliding back when Henry comes in. Not letting him get there. Another swing and a miss by Henry. I think Henry's got to start looking for wrestling. He can't stay away from his wrestling. A little glancing left hand for Henry. A couple jabs from Song Yadong. Ooh, good low kick by Song. Saying both guys are 13 for 13 with leg kicks. I feel like they've each checked a couple of them. Henry has now switched to southpaw. Either that's because his leg's hurting or he's planning on wrestling. Henry waving Song Yadong on. Ooh, little right hand just landed for Song. It seems like Henry's feeling the effects of these low kicks. Henry in on a single. Yong shakes him right off. Both guys going to work with the low kicks. Both guys' lead leg is looking a little red. Cejudo has switched back to orthodox now. Little glancing left hand lands for Cejudo. He hasn't landed flush with his punches yet. Hasn't been able to. When he comes in, Song just slides back a little bit. Shows a single leg. Song sprawls, lands a low kick. Song is being very patient. Another low kick for Song. Ooh, a little glancing right hand for Song. It's starting to look like Song's fight. Oh, slipped on a leg kick attempt. Henry lands a right hand as he's getting up. Nothing significant. Henry can't even get to the single leg. That's how on point Song's looking. Ooh, another good low kick for Song. Kind of knocked Cejudo off balance. Little teep from Cejudo. He's got to send a takedown. Got to go all in on a takedown attempt. That's his only way of mixing it up to start landing some strikes. Swing. Ooh, good jab just landed for Cejudo. That was his best punch of the fight. Straight left to the body. Couple good body kicks from Song Yadong. Cejudo's got to move right now if he wants to steal this round. Good right hand for Song. Ooh, there's a right hand and left hook from Cejudo. Song's in on a single leg right now. Henry avoids it. Another good jab from Henry. Henry's found a weapon that can finally land. It's a he's standing southpaw. He keeps landing a lead jab. Landed a couple of them. Good right hand counter from Song. A better round for Cejudo, but he's still getting outlanded. Ooh, good little left hook just landed for Song. Ooh, straight left hand just landed for Henry. Best punch of the fight. But he's getting out volume. Another left hand. Tough round. But gonna have to lean towards Song volume, and he's landing more. Wouldn't be surprised if they give it to Henry, though. He busted up the nose a little bit of Song, but it was at the end of the round. Henry made some good adjustments there, switching to southpaw. That started helping him. He finally started landing some effective strikes, but was it enough? He's got to make Song work more. You know, you can't lose to Aljamain and then lose to Marab and then, start losing to guys like Song Yadong. You can't lose to two of the best bantamweights ever and then lose to a guy toward the bottom of the top 10. That really sets you back. He's probably down 2-0 right now. Round 3 might be 1-1. It's probably 2-0 Song. Henry's back out in southpaw. He started landing the jab and that straight left hand toward the end of the round. Don't know if it was enough to steal the second round, though. Oh, there's a good straight left for Henry. Is another one. It seems like that switch completely is working for Henry. He's got to stay southpaw. He has a quick jab from the southpaw stance, but he's got to do more. Ooh, good jab again by Cejudo. Oh, Song just landed a right hand. Henry waves him on. Henry eats a jab. Yeah, they're showing some of the media scorecards or Twitter scorecards all have Song up 2-0. Cejudo made it close, but another flying knee attempt by Henry. Misses. He's got to strike into a takedown. That's his only chance to mix this up. Mix it up enough to where he can land a flush shot. He's just landing some glancing. He landed a couple of straight left hands, but there's another one. Song's a big, durable Chinaman, though. You're an undersized bantamweight. You got to do more. Oh, good jab lands for Song. Another one. Little low kick by Song. Henry's going to catch a breather here. He's got to come out of this little timeout with some adjustments, though. He's got to make some adjustments in this fight. He's got to come out of this break with some adjustments. Oh, Song landed a left hook. Henry can't land anything out of the orthodox. He's got to switch southpaw and stay southpaw. He's not landing anything out of the orthodox. Two minutes left for Henry to try to steal this round, not be completely out of this fight. Ooh, big knee just landed for Song. It's getting to that point. Yeah, Cejudo's got to go for broke before it gets too late. Good right hand lands for Song. Good jab for Cejudo, but it's not enough. No orthodox, Cejudo. Orthodox is not working for you. Wow, landed his first straight right hand, though. Oh, Cejudo just got poked in the eye. Ooh. Got him in both eyes, it looked like. Literally hit him with the Three Stooges and got him in both eyes. I worry about Henry right now. He was telling the ref he should take a point. You got to come out of this break now, Henry, with some adjustments made. Rough. Rough. If he gets 50-45 by Song Yadong. Oh, Henry's looking rough. He's asking how much time's left in the round. Come on, Henry. Henry's saying he's poked in the eye twice. Cejudo might be taking this whole 5 minutes. Henry's got to come out of this with some major adjustments. 116. There's enough time left to try and steal this third round. The most significant moment of this third round was the eye poke. I mean, that could save him if he can get poked in the eye and start getting some points deducted, but then he's still got to win rounds. Oh, Henry just said he's seeing 4. You don't say that, Henry. What is he doing sitting down? What is Henry doing? Yeah, do not say you're seeing 4, Henry. What are you doing? Henry is not winning any fans right now. Hunter Campbell is looking at him with complete disgust. The crowd's booing him. Not a good look for Henry. He needs to come out in his Aztec warrior mindset. All right, Henry says he's ready. Oh, Song's coming out fast. Only thing that can save him right now is Song poking him in the eye again. Ooh, right hand just landed for Song. Henry looks uncomfortable in there. He was having a decent third round up until the eye poke. I mean, Song was winning. Song's been out voluming him. Oh, but he's not going to win this fight taking the rest of this round off. He needed to go for broke. Good right hand just landed for Song. You know, that break, if anything, really helped Song. He looks fresh as the start of the fight right now. Oof. Oof. Henry did not win any fans with that one. That was rough. That was rough. Oh, shut up, Henry. He just said he can't see. Oh, no, they're bringing the doctor in. I think we're past the point. He needed to say he couldn't see initially on the eye poke. Now it might go down as a TKO. Oh, no, they're going to go to the scorecards. Oh, my God. What the fuck? Henry really fucked himself there. He probably could have got a no contest if it was only 2.5. When the eye poke happened, if he would have said, I can't see. The fact that he waited this long and let the third round complete might have fucked him. Oh, this is rough. So they're going to go to the scorecard. It's going to be a technical decision for Song Yadong. He clearly won all 3 rounds. Henry is an idiot. He should have just said he couldn't see when the eye poke happened, and he could have got himself a no contest. Henry really fucked himself with that one. That's rough. That's rough. I could see the look on Hunter Campbell's face when that whole thing was going on. He looked so disgusted. That's the end of Henry Cejudo. That's fucking terrible. That's what he came out of retirement for, to lose 3 in a row and to lose his last one by eye poke to Song Yadong. That's rough. He plummeted off of the Mount Rushmore of MMA. That's rough. Gotta feel for the guy. All because he wanted more money. Wish he could have got the money. That's rough. That is rough. Very anticlimactic. And oof. Yeah, that was terrible. Yeah, Henry fucked himself. If Henry would have just said, I can't see after the 5 minutes, it would have been a no contest because they didn't complete 3 rounds. The fact that he made it to the end of the 3rd round is what cost the fight to go to the scorecards. If I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that's what fucked him right there. Probably could have got a no contest if he would have just said, nope, can't see, fouled me. I mean, 2 judges had Henry winning a round. I don't know what round they had him winning. But that's rough. Ooh, we're going to speak to Henry. Let's see what Henry says. Oh, that's pretty funny. He said, we're about to be brothers, Bisping. It's tough to see, dare I say, heroes, but, you know, heroes, stars of the UFC fall like that. Great fighters. So one judge gave him the 2nd round. Another judge gave him the 3rd round. I didn't give him any rounds. They were close, but I like Bisping. I wouldn't mind people with one eye, but again, I'm pretty sure if he would have just said, I can't continue, after the eye poke first happened, the result would have been different. He fucked himself with that one. And even if they would have scored the 3rd round, he might have got the 3rd round off of the eye poke. One judge gave him the 3rd round, so if one more judge gives him that 3rd round, That was rough. That was a very disappointing finish. Hopefully, I mean, I was going to say hopefully not the end of Henry Cejudo, but maybe I do hope that's the end of Henry Cejudo. He struggled with Song Yadong. Song Yadong's ranked 9th, 8th. He's not the elite upper echelon like he has lost to, Marab and Aljo. It really is that I think Marab stole all of Henry's aura when he carried him across the cage like a baby. That's rough. And just going to say it, should have had Eric Albarracin in his corner. If it's not broke, don't fix it. You lost to Marab and Aljamain. Should have still went with the team that got you there, not tried to switch things up. Henry was making good adjustments in the fight, switching to southpaw. But, yeah. Should have just tried to stop it when the eye poke first happened. I think he fucked himself with holding out there. Oh, I'm seeing people say triple L. Triple L. That's rough. Triple L Henry Cejudo at this point. That's fucking rough. Guy at one point was arguably the GOAT, in the conversation of the GOAT, retired as a 2-weight world champion who hadn't lost in years, comes back. Talk about a fall, too, from grace. Comes back. He was one judge judging one round away from beating Aljamain Sterling. That was a split decision. It was 3 rounds to 2 on all the scorecards. And one judge gave him the fight. If one of those other 2 judges gave him a round, he would have won the championship after not having fought in 3 years. Instead, loses to Aljamain, loses to Marab, gets carried like a baby by Marab, and then loses that fight to Song Yadong. Gets just beat every round, poked in the eye. Taking the full 5 minutes, the way he sat down, the crowd booed. Hunter Campbell looked so disgusted. Oh, so tough for Henry right there. Gutted. Henry, past the Triple C character and the cringe, not a bad dude. The interactions I've had with him. I like a lot of people on his team. That's rough, though. What was it? When he beat Dillashaw, 2019, I partied with Henry Cejudo. He was a good dude. He made sure the drinks were flowing. Didn't have to pay for nothing. It was a good time. He did do the John Cena. He said, I can't see. So hopefully someone makes that a meme somewhere. But fucking rough. Very anticlimactic end to my main event. Great day of fights. Ended on a shitty note right there. Was rooting for Cejudo. I did have one parlay where it went under 4.5 rounds, so I did win. Just gonna say I did win on that. But I was hoping it would be Cejudo. Was hoping it would be a W for Cejudo. Not seeing him get spammed triple L in the comments. That's a heartbreaker. Arguably one of the GOATs, one of the best we've seen in recent memory. That's a tough end. One-eyed wrestling, is that what that is? He needed to wrestle more. You can't be an Olympic gold medalist. Granted, it was 20 years ago. You got to go with what got you to the dance. He needed Eric Albarracin in his corner. Needed wrestling. Needed to implement his wrestling more. Needed to try to back. He's the one-eyed wrestler. If he couldn't get anything in the open mat, he needed to back Yadong up against the cage. I mean, have we seen other people take Song down? I'm pretty sure. So how could Henry Cejudo not? Just needed to get in there. When he made some good adjustments after the first round, switching to southpaw, just couldn't get it done. That was a tough watch. That was a tough watch to watch him just get punched around and outworked for 3 rounds. Shit was rough. Do we want to see Henry Cejudo fight again? After that performance, not really. It's only going to get worse from here, Henry. That fight wasn't going good right there versus Song. So, is it going to go better? I don't know. I don't know if you make big improvements at 38 that are going to help you overcome someone 27, 11 years younger than you. Tough L tonight for Henry Cejudo. And what does he do? Come back and fight Song Yadong again? Because that fight wasn't going good for him. Does he come back and fight a lesser fighter? That just moves him further away from a title shot. And I know that's what he says he wants, is the title shot. I don't know. Let's see what we get. Gutted, though. I was rooting for Cejudo in that one. I'll be a Henry Cejudo fan up until the day he hangs him up. And even then, I'll speak fondly of him. I partied with Cejudo, and then the night I partied with him, he took a break from his victory speech to give Dennis Bermudez some props for his win and his retirement. Gave him a toast, told us all drink up, brought our little clique into his group and was like, we're family tonight, we're all partying together, everyone enjoy. So I can't be mad at Cejudo. Cejudo's aces in my book. Captain Eric, who's always been there with Cejudo, I'm pretty sure cornered him in every fight except for this one, has always been very cool to me, always been very courteous with his time, shared a lot of good stories with me. I can't be mad at that dude either, but it's always tough to see people you like ride it till the wheels fall off, because it doesn't end well. That's the number one guarantee in fighting, is it's not going to end well. Nobody walks away on top. It's very rare. It's very rare that someone walks away on top. Henry Cejudo was an outlier. Never happens. Should have just stayed away. Didn't. Now we get this. I watched a couple of minutes of your interview with Volk. Which one? I've done a few interviews with Volk. We usually have a good time with Volk. And then I think UFC 280 something, I met Volk. I asked Dan Hooker some questions at the press conference, and then I saw Frank Hickman. I started talking to Frank Hickman, who's like their wrestling coach. He's from Bangtao Muay Thai. He is actually what helped, what's her name, Weili Zhang deal with Tatiana Suarez. He was Weili's wrestling coach for that fight. He's been Volk's wrestling coach, all these people, but I was talking to him, and then Volk walked in, and it was the first time I'd met Volk in person. I was like, yeah. He's like, the Shiwi, that's right, brother. He's like, oh, you're a big motherfucker. You're a big fucker, ain't you? He's like, this guy's fucking big. And then just shot the shit with him. You know, so Volk, another area where Volk was always endeared to me is Volk watched our show. In the beginning of our podcast, Volk was one of the few people who would tune in and watch the earlier episodes of Menace and the Man. So when we had him on, he's like, oh yeah, I've seen your shows. I've watched some of your shows. You know, before he was champion, before he was the great Alex Volkanovski, he used to fuck with Menace and the Man, so I ain't mad at Volk either. I'll always be a Volk fan. I was gutted to see him get knocked out. I was gutted both times to see him get knocked out. Especially after how good he did in the first Islam fight. Close. I don't know if I would have gave him the first Islam fight, but I could have. It was close. Like I'd have to rewatch it, but I remember watching it and thinking like, holy shit, he might have just beat Islam. I don't know how everyone else scored that fight, but was an amazing performance. Was always rooting for him. Was rooting for him against Ilya. Ilya beat him, and then always listening to Ilya's interviews and stuff. Ilya won me over, and I became a fan. But then he beat Max the way he beat Max, and I was like, oh, why'd you do Max like that? Like you're not an MMA fan if you don't like Max Holloway, in my opinion. Like you're kind of a hater if you don't like Max Holloway. You know, Max is a G. But then yeah, I've gotten some shit on TikTok for saying it. Ilya stole Max's aura when he at the start of that fight, when he pointed to the ground and did like the here we go, right from the start, let's fucking do your shit. And Max backed up and did like one of those, and I was like, oh, Max, you should have at least gave him 10 seconds. Throwing some shit. Yeah, Poirier's good. Poirier worked on his takedown defense. The thing with Poirier too is, you know, I like Poirier, but Poirier lost me a little bit with the whole thing with Colby. That he was like, it's on site, Colby. And then Colby was like, I will come down to 155, or you're coming up to 170, I heard. Let's fight. And then Dustin Poirier's tune changed. I'm not letting that guy make money off me. And then I know for a fact, like the night I met Colby showed me his phone and was like, they're trying to make me versus Dustin, and Dustin won't take the fight. And then he started showing us text messages with him in the UFC saying that they were offering him Dustin for whatever date it was, and Dustin was turning the fight down, that Dustin wouldn't fight him. They tried to make that fight numerous times, the UFC. I think even that's a spot where Dustin even got a little sour on the UFC because they were offering him Colby after he said he didn't want to fight Colby. But UFC was like, there's a grudge here. We can market this. There's some buzz around this. Yeah. I think he will. I think it's crazy too. It's weird. I've never heard Islam say he won't fight Bilal. I've heard Bilal say he won't fight Islam. So I don't know. I know they have the same manager or same management circle. Like I know, so Khabib and Islam, they're managed by Ali, but they're also kind of managed by Rizvan. So I don't know who really calls the shots in that, but I think that the management would have no problem with them fighting because a lot of money. You know, if Bilal's getting $1 million and Islam's getting $1 million, probably both getting more, but if they're getting $1 million, you're getting a couple $100,000 with your management fees. But I could see Islam moving up. I know there's been talks about it. He always looks pretty drawn out when he cuts to 55 as you get older. And that's the thing too. Islam's there now. Yeah, Gene Silva's pretty good. They did train together. I know Bilal went out and trained with them for a couple of camps. But the thing, if you look at, I think Islam is 33 now, if I'm not mistaken. 35 is when you start falling off a little bit. And Islam's right at that range now of Usman's win streak, Anderson Silva's win streak. You lose at that point. Like, you can only stay undefeated for so long unless you're John Jones, who somehow always found a way to win, had a couple of close fights. But I think Islam's getting to that point where he might slip on a banana peel. Poirier had some moments, was coming close, had some good moments in that fight before he got submitted. Volk had some good moments, almost beat him by decision. Now Ilya might go up. I think we see Islam move up, and we might see Bilal. If, who knows, I think they should fight, but they both make money. But if Bilal moves up, I think he has his style has some possibilities at 185. Who will beat Islam? Ilya. I think Ilya is a very tough matchup for Islam. He's from that same part of the world, hardened by just life, but he's also got comes from money, but that same part of the world, they just have it embedded in their DNA. And he's got really good grappling, Ilya, and really good striking and knockout power. So I think if they're smart, they don't do anything with Ilya other than title shot. Let him move up, give him a title shot. Then you have Arman versus Ilya if he wins, or Arman versus Ilya to get back to a title shot. Like if the UFC's smart right now, you know, and they are smart, but I'm saying what I would do is Islam versus Ilya, winner fights Arman. But they, for some reason, moved Arman back. I don't know why you retracted your message, but why would they never fight, Jax? I think they're going to fight. Are they friends, Arman and Ilya? I think they'd fight for the title, for money. You know, the thing with a lot of the fighters, and I got it with even Aljo and Merab. No, Arman is something else. Ilya's Georgian. Arman is something else. What the fuck is Arman? I know Arman, he's a type of Russian, and I know Arman is not a Muslim. So that's why Arman is a little bit funnier, if you will. Armenian. Arman is Armenian. Yeah. I'm sure they're friendly being from that part of the world, but I think they would fight. Or actually, wait a minute. Because it says he's Armenian, but on his Wikipedia, it says Sarukian was born into an Armenian family living in a small town in Georgia. So his origin is actually Georgia. So they are both Georgian. But he's Russian or Armenian. The family moved to Russia when Arman was 3 years old to pursue better life opportunities. So look at you, the geography major. I don't know why Duplessis called out Pereira. It's a money fight. Same reason John Jones called out Pereira. Same reason anyone calls out Pereira. He's the money fight right now. He's got a big Instagram following. I think his pay-per-view numbers do pretty good. Yeah, he is. Well, he's born in Georgia, but he's Armenian. So Armenia and Georgia share a border. So he was just like, I guess, down the road from Armenia. I've always heard, I don't really know if I know any Armenians personally. I've always heard they're kind of mean and gritty. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, fuck you, pay me, I'll do it. Ilya's got a weird backstory too. But so there you go. Arman's got a little bit of a backstory. Armenian, born in Georgia, grew up in Russia. And then what do we got for Ilya? Ilya is Georgian, raised in Spain, if I'm not mistaken. So Ilya, granted, Wikipedia is never the most accurate, but they got him as a Georgian and Spanish professional mixed martial artist. He was born in Germany. His parents were refugees from Abkhazia. At the age of 7, Topuria moved to Georgia with his family and started practicing Greco-Roman. So yeah, he started at 7. Grappling. So he's a grappler first, before a striker, Arman, or Ilya. Then it says, you know, Wikipedia is, again, never always the most accurate, but it says, initially he came into the UFC with a strong base in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and then dedicated himself to his stand-up game, developing a boxing-heavy approach under the guidance of his experienced coaches. I have heard that he was a grappler, or is a better grappler than he is a striker, which is crazy, because he's looked pretty good. That's interesting. I never thought about Ilya being tough for Islam. They got Dana now. I think Pereira beats Ankalaev. I don't think Ankalaev is. Ankalaev, I feel like Ankalaev is more of a striker, and he can grapple, but he's not like he's not Khabib or Islam with his grappling. So I feel like that became like the narrative a little bit, but that's not the tale. And I think people sleep on the grappling ability of Pereira. I said it earlier, and I've always said it. Think of Other than like a John Jones and even him, but who's the best grappler we've seen at 205 in recent memory? It's Glover Teixeira. For a minute, Glover used to strike with guys and kind of have 50-50 fights. The second he started single-legging and taking people down, he became champion. Granted, John Jones wasn't there, but I think Glover's grappling was some of the best that we've seen at 205. Definitely is better than Ankalaev's. And that's what he's had for the last 10 years or whatever, Pajeda, training with Glover. So I'm sure he's got a lot of rounds in with Glover. When someone gets on top of him, I'm sure he's like, oh, this doesn't feel like Glover. He was able to survive against Blachowicz on the ground. Not saying Blachowicz is better than Ankalaev, but Blachowicz had a good fight with Ankalaev. I think people are almost giving Ankalaev too much credit, hyping him up a little too much. I'm scared. If I am scared for Pajeda to lose that fight, it's because when you're champion, you don't train the way you do on the come up. You get pulled and pushed in all these different directions. You're traveling. You're not going to get the same training. Now, I've heard that wherever Pajeda is, Pajeda trains. So hopefully he's getting the same type of work and his cardio is going to be in check. His timing, his grappling, everything's going to be in check. But that's why they say it's easier to become champion than it is to stay champion, because your training falls off when you become champion. It's hard to keep that drive and stay on top and get the work in because you're doing TV, you're doing commercials, you're doing interviews, you're doing traveling, you're doing all this shit. Yeah, I would like to see. I'm all for double champions. I love seeing that shit. I want to see Ilya fight Islam. I wouldn't mind if he won. I like Islam too. Islam's funny. You know, Islam's got a couple of memes that always play in my head. You know, he's like, I eaty, I sleepy, and I trainy. And then your kid, you send him 2-3 years Dagestan, you forget him. Forget about him. Like, who says that? And he was dead serious. You want your kid to wrestle? 2-3 years Dagestan and forget him. And then, if you ever follow, I don't know if I follow him, but I see his things come up all the time. It's Chase Saldate. If you go on YouTube, there's videos of Chase Saldate grappling Islam and Khabib. He's the high school wrestler. He was #1, if I'm not mistaken, in the country at one point. And he was one of DC's wrestlers. But that kid said, he's like, they really did that. Like, DC sent some of the kids to Dagestan at one point. They went and lived in Dagestan for like a month, 2 months. And he said, he's like, you are a wrestling practice, DC. When we live in Dagestan, we're training. We're high school kids, middle school kids, and we're training like, you know, these men. We're training 3 times a day, 2 hours a day. So it's different in that part of the world. I feel like they're animals. They're definitely hard-nosed. They're not living as privileged as we are in the Western world. So send them to Dagestan. 2-3 years, forget. You know, the Dagestan, the wrestlers, the whole Dagestan movement came on a little bit toward the end of my training, if you will. And had I known, go to Dagestan, I would have been there in a heartbeat. I would have had a plane ticket. I would have went to Dagestan. If I would have never broke my leg, absolutely would have went to Dagestan. One of my old wrestling coaches, he used to talk about the Russians, and he used to say they're another level. They're a whole nother level, and it's because that's what they do. While American kids are going to have, you know, girls and parties and video games and all this shit, pulling them in different ways. In Russia, they wrestle. In that part of the world, they wrestle. In Iran, they wrestle. When you're a kid, that's your fun. In Cuba, you wrestle. I remember, and it's probably the same in like Russia and Germany, but I remember Yoel Romero and Hector Lombard talking about it. That's how they got so good at sports, at judo or wrestling, is because you got more privileges, you got more food, you got more, I don't want to say TV time, but just whatever it was. I guess food was probably what it was. You got more privilege, you got more food, you got more life experience the better you were at sport. And then obviously what comes with that, connections, money. Assalamu alaikum, yes. But yeah, I love the Russians. Always been fond of the Russians. They've always been cool. The interactions I've had with most of them, so I got no beef with the Russians. But no, I'm definitely the way we can.
about everything we've accomplished in her weight.
2 3 years, forget.
I don't have a problem with it, you know. But I haven't, the philosophy hasn't changed.
2 3 years, forget.
And then I saw a headline going.
He said, no, he didn't say bring your kids. He said send your kids and forget about them. Send your kids to Dagestan, 2 3 years, forget.
I don't know.
And I love that mentality. Send those little fuckers to Dagestan. Do it. If you got kids, send them to Dagestan.
But I think they're going to be in the sport. But like, a significant hypo like that.
And like I told you, Google the kid, Chase Saldate. He's got stories online talking about when they went to Russia. I think even DC tells a story about it. If I'm not mistaken, I saw a video with him where they sent the kids to Russia. They sent some of his wrestling team to Russia. And those kids went on to become state champions, All-Americans in college. Like, they fucking skyrocketed on their work ethic, their skill.
What's your last name? Cejudo? Cejudo over here thinks there was an intentional hypo.
But yeah, let's watch Dana, see if Dana's got anything good for us. I saw him just make a funny joke. He said the reporter's last name's probably Cejudo. But good card. Other than that main event, which had a terrible ending. It was a good card.
The gate was 3.84 million. We broke the record again for North American Fight Night gates.
2 3 years, Dagestan, forget. Oh, Dana hates Cejudo. Has respect for him, I'm sure, but yeah, he doesn't like Cejudo.
Was Menafield and Walker.
I've said it, I was saying it earlier, where Cejudo lost the UFC, and they loved him at one point, but where he lost them was he negotiated in public. You can't negotiate in public with Dana White. You take your money and you shut the fuck up. That's it. Or you negotiate in private.
Do you think he was kind of like gaming the 5 minutes to see if it would come back, or do you think he was just desperate to continue? What do you think of his decision making at the moment?
I have no idea. I'll let him answer all those questions. You know,
Yeah.
Song looked good. And
I rewinded it because I missed one thing he said.
It was a good
I don't know if he thought, if I stop here, is this a DQ and no contest, or I don't know what he was thinking about. Or maybe you can't see.
Yeah, Dana said he thinks Henry was thinking, do I stop here and get a DQ, or...
Listen, the card was incredible.
So yeah, they were very skeptical of Henry right there.
The card was incredible.
Well, no. John Jones is another example where he negotiated in public and then they didn't talk to him for 3 years.
Well, I mean,
It wasn't that John didn't want to fight Francis anything. John wanted more money. And that's the problem right now. John wants more money. We might never see John Jones again.
Thank you, Seattle, for breaking the curse.
You're not allowed to talk about money in public with Dana White. He gets pissed.
Ilya moving up to lightweight, vacating the title.
Randy Couture, Francis Ngannou, Cejudo, John Jones.
Is the fight that we're sort of working towards, or could you just like...
There's still other possibilities.
I like Dana, but then there's obviously areas that but he's a businessman, so you got to look at it from that perspective. No boss wants to pay their employees more money. They want to get the best job possible for the least amount of money
He said,
possible.
I've done everything I can do
It's
here.
fucked up,
I'm
but-
ready to move up, and he vacated it. He said, I shouldn't be holding up anybody's opportunities, and, you know, it's always... I respect when guys do that.
So they're saying
said in an interview that the UFC are going to try and sort of stop
Ilya gave up his title, not that they stripped him.
If this case happened, you would have
All right,
actually
Benjamin.
given up the
Good
belt.
talking to
I
you.
don't know if that's a rule, but is that
Come
something
back
you'd
next
rather
time.
see guys actually vacate rather than try and do both at the same time?
Unless you think you can, you know, defend your title. Listen, if there's a guy that thinks he can do it and wants to defend both belts and has accomplished all these great things, I would have no problem with it. But you're going to be busy.
Did you think he had more work to do at featherweight? Were you okay with his move, or did you think,
Well, I think that he felt he had done everything with the guys that he beat. If you look at who he beat,
Strong arm,
and
too.
how he beat them,
Have a good night, Benjamin.
right? And I don't think he'd love making that weight anymore.
Strong arm Cejudo
and then just
or
talk
John
about how
Jones?
Bilal ends up running Jack Della Maddalena. How he had to
You're
lose
not
that
allowed
back,
to
and
publicly
that fight.
negotiate.
Good.
Anytime
Yeah, no,
anyone's
listen,
ever tried it, it's gone
a lot
terribly
of
for
shit
them.
happens behind the scenes, man. A lot of
Like I've
a
talked
lot
about
of,
it before.
You know,
The only reason John
bullshit
Jones
that we
came
gotta
back
deal with,
is
but
because
that's the
Dana
business
slapped
stuff.
his wife and
The
Ngannou
whoever's,
didn't resign.
next in line gets
So they
the title,
caved. They gave John a lot of
shot,
money
whatever
just so
it
they
might
can
be.
get him back to make a big
You know,
news splash
there's so many times that we've
and
had
have
people
it be John versus Cyril
fall
Gane
out,
for the
you know,
title.
week up, the
And they
night
were
after.
able to
I mean,
quickly move
we've had
on
lots of
from
crazy shit
the
happen,
Dana
but,
incident with his wife and
it all
the
worked out. It
not
usually
re-signing
does.
Francis Ngannou.
Just getting back to the main event, obviously Henry and Song seem like they want to have the rematch.
You know,
Is that
PR
kind of
move.
what you're thinking, that they should run that one back?
Not at all.
Not at all? Okay.
Not even a little bit.
Why is that?
I just don't want to see it again. Do you?
No, I thought it was a good fight leading up.
It happened, but yeah.
I missed what he
all
said
worked
there.
out.
Ilya,
It
no, they
usually
didn't
does.
force him
Just getting
or
back to
strong
the
arm
main
him.
event,
I mean,
obviously,
who knows?
Henry and
Dana's
Song seem like
Dana's
they
saying
wanna
it,
have the rematch. Is
so
that
you
kind
don't
of
know
what
how
you're
much
thinking, that they
validity
should
it's
run that
got.
one
But
back?
he
Not at
said
all.
that Ilya
Not
dropped the
even a little
belt.
bit.
Why is that?
I just don't want to see it again. Do you?
No,
Oh, I missed what he
thought
said
it was
again.
good. Obviously, Henry and Song seem like they want to have the rematch. Is that
Oh,
kind of
he's
what
saying
you're thinking,
Dana
that
said
they should run
absolutely
that
no
one back?
Not at
to
all.
Song
Not at all?
Yadong versus
Not even a
Cejudo.
little bit.
Why is that?
I just don't want to see it again.
Hates
Do
Cejudo.
you?
He fucking hates
I thought it was a
Cejudo.
good fight leading up.
You want to see it again? We should probably do it in a couple months.
It depends on the eye, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we got your answer on that. Seattle was great this week.
Absolutely
It really
hate
seemed like the
Cejudo,
fans
which
were
is
with the
so
crowd
shitty.
tonight, even at the weigh-ins. Vancouver, you guys.
But
were
yeah,
there too.
that's how
What is it
John
about
got
the
back to
Pacific
fighting.
Northwest?
John
What
was
is it?
out for
Like
3
this
years
city,
because he
I haven't
wanted
been
more
in this
money.
city. I've been talking
UFC
about this
wasn't.
city
Remember at one
all day.
point,
I haven't been here in 10 years.
you can go back and find it.
I
At one
forgot.
point,
Let
John
me tell you
used
what
to
it
be
meant.
on Twitter giving
Seattle
updates
is
about how the
awesome city.
negotiations were going with the
People
UFC.
here are
And then one
amazing.
day they just
We were
abruptly
walking around,
stopped.
you know,
We didn't
down
hear
in
from John Jones for like 2
the market
years.
area today.
And then
Lots
one
of
day,
different
magically, he
people
was coming
everywhere.
back to fight Cyril Gane.
And raining, nobody gives a shit.
They tried to
Just
make him versus Stipe. They
shops
tried
that
to
they
make
have
him
here,
versus
the
Ngannou.
boutiques, the
John would always say,
restaurants, the
no,
hotels.
I want more money.
I
And would
forgot
always
how
keep the
awesome
fans in the
Seattle is.
loop
And then
through
the
Twitter.
crowd, I mean, the
But
crowd couldn't have
UFC
been any
fucking
better.
hated
This
that.
place,
And then
I'm
one day
so
UFC
glad
was
I
like, we're
came
not
to
giving
this
you a
fight.
new
I'm so
contract. We're
glad
not
we came back to Seattle.
renegotiating.
Do you think
You
this
can
would be
fight
a
or you
main
can
event
retire.
for Seattle
And
necessarily?
John was like, I'll retire.
Seattle, 'cause it does seem like even in Vancouver,
John was
it's hard to
gone
get
Are you from
until
Vancouver?
I am.
that shit with Dana and his wife. And
Yeah.
the negotiations with
listen,
Francis Ngannou not
I'm
going
in
good.
Seattle right now, and I couldn't. Well, literally, me and my whole crew have been talking about Seattle all day. It's this place
Yeah.
is awesome, and
Cejudo thought
wait
when
10
he
years
retired
to
that the UFC would be like, no, here's a truckload of money for you to stay. And Dana White was like, see you later. Like Ali, they wanted Cejudo to come back and they were going to give him like a top 5 fight. Ali Abdelaziz, one of the best managers in the game. I know he catches a lot of hate because of the shit with Conor McGregor, but he fought really hard for Cejudo to come back and get a title shot. Like, Cejudo could have came back earlier, but the UFC wasn't giving him a title shot. It wound up turning into like the perfect timing where he was able to slide in.
Regarding the super fights and the champ stuff, I feel
But yeah,
like
they did Cejudo dirty, I think.
there had maybe been more.
I think they did John dirty too. They're a $1 billion company. Pay the fighters money. How are the bonuses still $50,000? Remember the bonuses were 75 at one point? I think they even went up to 100 at one point. How do they go down when they should be going up? The bonuses right now should be $150,000 a fight. They definitely shouldn't be 50. They were 50 20 years ago. How have the bonuses not adjusted for inflation? How has the company 10x, 20x in value, but the bonuses haven't gone up? You know what I mean? I don't know if we ever see John again. Again, the negotiations I don't think are going well. I know Dana's saying we're going to see it, but I don't think the negotiations are going well. And then, I don't know if you just saw that video of John saying he was going to kill people or some crazy shit, so.
Justin Gaethje had asked for and been granted a 3-round fight instead of a 5-round
John's
fight.
got money. He don't need to fight.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dana?
Obviously, eye pokes have been a.
I did see reports of that. I hope it's not true. That Gaethje versus Hooker might be 3 rounds.
But and they're going to be.
And if Gaethje asks for that, don't know why. Don't think that's a good move.
If you thought it was intentional, if you thought he intentionally poked him in the eye, do you believe it was intentional? Yes. Why would he poke him in the eye? He's doing pretty well.
I'd love to see
He was getting
John
his
fight
ass whooped
Aspinall,
with
but
both of them
that's
in the eye.
probably the
So
only
it
fight
was-
left for him.
it-
Maybe a super fight with Pajeda,
But you're not sure it wasn't intentional.
or if they can somehow, but I don't think they ever will. They hate Francis.
Cejudo?
If they could ever get Francis back in the fold.
Cejudo over here thinks it was an intentional eye poke.
It didn't seem,
But
no, yeah.
it's rough.
I get your point, but
I don't know if we ever see John again.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Listen, eye pokes are never good,
Unfortunately.
but like you said, they happen a lot. And fights do continue after eye pokes.
Oh yeah, that's the part you said.
It's
They happen a lot and fights
I
do
don't know, I have
continue.
to look and see how many fights are actually stopped.
There's
due to
also
an eye poke.
severity of eye pokes.
Not many.
Floyd Hernandez picks up a big win.
Oh man, he looks like he's steaming mad right now about Cejudo.
Top contender.
Hates
What did you
Cejudo.
think of his performance?
Who did you say?
Anthony Hernandez.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I was surprised with that fight at how big the odds were. You know what I mean? That he was that much of a favorite in the fight. And when the fight started, Allen looked like the odds makers were very wrong, but they flipped and turned around, and yeah, he won a big fight tonight.
And he didn't even,
So, but it seems like you
he
guys
got
are
him like the
making sure and making him
Three
guys-
Stooges. It looked like he got both eyes. He definitely got one eye worse, but it looked like he got both eyes with one poke.
Yeah, he's
I feel like
that's for sure.
the only way that they can
John
combat
Shelby is a big believer in
the
him. And
low blows or the eye pokes is, even if it's accidental, it has to be an immediate point deduction. You're going to close your fucking hand if you just got deducted a point. You're going to watch your weapons with the low blows if you just got deducted a point. Plus,
You like that fight?
if you've ever been eye poked or hit in the nuts, you're 100% affected. And if you did statistics on it, usually the guy who gets the eye poke and gets the low blow wins the fight. Most of the time. Usually the guy who gets away with the foul wins the fight. With no warning either. He came right out,
Paul Daly punched
getting his eyes out.
Koscheck in the face.
It absolutely would adapt to the rules, and you wouldn't have. There should, like, the warning should be the deduction.
I understand he was upset with the referee.
Plus, would actually make the fights more exciting.
That fight, if you look, I get why he
You
was
saw
upset. He was blocking
Song
the
Yadong.
fight.
He
He
jumped all
was
over
blocking,
Cejudo after that. He was
trying to,
winging punches.
Get out of there, and as soon as the fight was over, listen, the guy is.
He was fighting
making
harder after the eye
a
poke than he
number
was
of
before the eye
unanswered
poke.
Shots, and he's laying there on the ground.
Like he had an
He's defending, moving
injured
around.
prey in front of him.
So I understand why he's upset, but
You know, I think we need more judges.
listen. you
There
know
should be
how-
more judges watching the fight. They should all have monitors. And I think that they should deduct points on fouls, even if it's accidental. Just deduct a point.
3 5-minute rounds to punch this guy in the face and you couldn't. So you're going to go over and punch him in the face after the fight when he doesn't expect
You know,
it?
fouls are very
That's why
effective.
that was done.
Eye pokes, low blows, they definitely hamper the guy who got fouled. And again, I would love to see a scientific or numbers study of how often the guy who commits the foul wins the fight.
And you should see what goes on back here after the fights. You guys would fucking be crying forever if you knew what went on. You're writing fucking all kinds of stories and what are you going to do to them? And believe me, that was nothing.
Dana, going back to Anthony Hernandez, obviously he's on a
Yeah,
great
definitely.
streak.
Judges should be
Yeah,
subject to
Magic
interviews.
coming off a big win. Jared Cannonier won the
They
main
definitely
event
should.
last
They should
week.
have every fight. They should almost have to turn in like a report card, like a scoring review.
What are those talks like on Tuesday?
'Cause if they're just doing it fucking blindly and, you know, scoring like fucking jackasses, they shouldn't be refs or judges.
What do we talk about on Tuesday? About what did
They
you
should
call it?
definitely be, especially because, like I said, they hold half the
guys'
guy's salary, half the guy's pay in their hands with fucked up
How
judging.
you even move these guys toward the belt.
That's a good problem to have.
And they're not always
Get
paying
through, we got
attention.
these guys
They're
that
not
are
always
all, you know,
scoring
popping and doing
intently.
great, now
And they're
it's a
also,
matter
a
of
lot of
time.
these guys are from
Where are we going?
combat sports
There's a lot of
backgrounds, so they
different
play a little bit of
factors that play into
favoritism.
who's gonna fight
Then
next.
there's the other realm where it's just
And,
random fucking
where-
people who aren't from
Yeah.
combat
It's not
sports
just,
backgrounds. They don't really know what they're judging.
There's a lot of things.
So, yeah, I think more judges, they should definitely be
on fire or whatever.
subject to interviews or some
A lot
type of
teams have
oversight
dominant
after the
moments, right?
fact.
American top team has had great moments, aka going back to John Silva and the fighting nerds. I mean, you got Carlos Prates.
Those fighting nerds, they got a good gym right now.
What do you think
They
about
seem
the
like they're
moment
really
that
coming
whole
on.
Team is having right now in the UFC.
Huge. And
Very
I will tell you
impressive.
this, Pratis is a guy that we talk about every Tuesday. every Tuesday we talk about him.
You have a fight for him that you could break the news for us?
No, we're working on it. We talk about him every.
I thought Prodis already has a
we
fight,
talk
doesn't he?
about that guy Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. He's been talked about a lot lately.
Didn't they announce a fight for Prodis?
The signing of Patricio Pitbull for the fight against Yair. Obviously, you had talked about it, that it might be in the works. Essentially, what got the deal done to bring Patricio Pitbull into the UFC?
A phone call.
With who?
Him.
Yeah, he's fighting Jeff Neal.
Prodis. I kind of want to springboard off of that
in Miami
because
in
I feel
April.
Like there's a lot of parallels with him and Michael.
That should be a good one.
Came in, kind of older, established guy, Bellator legend, all these things. Do you think because of the age and where he's at in his career, and fight a guy like Yair on the same card as the featherweight title fight, is he more capable of getting a title shot quicker because of maybe not so much time left, or how do you kind of view that whole aspect?
I think that obviously he's going to get the opportunity now to come in here and challenge himself against the best in the world, and no matter where he's at in his career, beating Yair is a big deal. So he comes in and he beats Yair. I don't know. We'll see. Again, like I said before, we'll see how this whole thing plays out.
I don't know if beating Yair holds that much stock anymore. I feel like he's been on the downturn.
Is that fight kind of, unofficial backup just in case the merchant is on there that needed the guy?
I hate talking about backups. I hope not.
What do you mean by who are we connected to? I mean, we don't podcast no more. Menace retired from podcasting. But I still come live on this channel. I'm going to start putting out interviews soon. I started another page called The Stan the Man Show. So if you go to that, type that in. I'll be posting there. I'll be posting here. We might get back to it one day, but Marab, my old co-host Menace, used to train with Marab. I've known Marab in passing for a long time. I've interviewed him a few times. I grew up in the sport. My old co-host used to be a retired UFC fighter.
And this just proves,
just been around the sport for a long time. I trained for a very long time, trained with a lot of people.
I was here for one night.
I know a lot of managers. I used to manage some of my friends, so I always would gravitate towards managers and PR people, and just been to a lot of events. Marab was one of our last episodes that we did before he became champion.
Sean O'Malley looking like a rematch Marab, right? And we just got the Van Hagen announcement.
I've heard of Stephen Williams. He used to coach Jared Gordon, Stephen Williams.
Again, I don't think the O'Malley one is official yet, right? But towards that.
And if I'm not mistaken, doesn't he make YouTube videos? Isn't he Steven Strangles people?
Especially with him, so many options. How did the bantamweight division shape?
They want to fight each other. I think people want to see it.
Or from that same lineage?
Seriously? Thank you, Seattle. What a great experience. You mentioned after the...
But yes, I know of him. Yeah, he's Steven Strangles people, isn't he? Oh, why'd he stop? I used to love that guy. I still see his shit sometimes. But yeah, probably kids, life, shit gets in the way. How did you get to know him and wind up one of his mods? Were you the one who said you got banned from MMA Guru's channel? Is that what got you banned, working with Steven Strangles? But yeah, he used to make the bully beatdown messages. Yeah, I tried to make a Discord one time, but I had like a little jerk-off cousin that was like, make a Discord, I'll run it. And then he made a Discord and never did a fucking thing. And now he tries to blame me why my Discord never went anywhere. It's like, I don't know anything about Discord. You were supposed to be my Discord guy, but he wound up being a jerk-off. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So if you've been around it, if you have any tips on how I get bigger and how to keep growing, it's been up and down. Sometimes I stream and I have a couple people. Sometimes I stream and I have a few hundred. It's been very up and down. I go on TikTok a lot. I get good numbers on TikTok, but they blocked me today. I usually have like a TikTok chat and then some YouTube action. Yeah, that's what I want to get back to. I was building up we had a good podcast following. Like, you'll see if you ever jump in any of the lives that I do, people come in and they talk about old episodes and they ask where we've been, and people come on sometimes. I have a few consistent people for my fight commentary streams, but just got to be consistent and try to get it to grow. That's what I'm on. I know I got to start making more content and putting up actual posts, not just going live, but, you know, all a work in progress. I got a lot of numbers. So I used to book all those guests that you've seen on the podcast. I booked 98% of them. So I got to just get back on that and try to book some people and do some short interviews. Oh, God, get them together. Round them up. I'm into it. My problem is I've always needed people like you, people that are fans of the sport and know what they're doing and want to get into it. I always try to find people and train them into that, and it always blows up in my face. Like, at one point, it wound up being a terrible... I still got love for the kid, but it wound up being absolutely terrible. Are you familiar with Nick Piccinini? He fought on the Contender Series. He's probably going to be a very, very good fighter in the UFC one day, but he lost. He won one fight on the Contender Series, then he lost his rematch with the guy, or lost his next fight, and they didn't take him. But he's very talented, All-American from Oklahoma State a few times, and we had his brother working for us. Great kid. We were having a great time with him. But we tried to train him into like being our producer and helping us out, and he was just kind of untrainable. And then if you look him up, you've seen him. He used to train at AKA, now he trains at Fortis MMA. He was on the Contender Series a few times, but his brother was working for us. 2 weeks of working for us, we took his brother to Florida. I forget what exactly happened. Like, maybe he had to pay for his own flight ticket. Not even. I don't even know what the fuck happened. But when we got back, he started like blowing up one of our sponsors, like with some hate shit and saying how he was going to fight the guy and some bullshit. So our sponsor then hit us up like, yo, what's up with your boy? And we were like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, we barely know the kid, you know, like, it's not like that. And then he started talking shit to me, and it just wound up blowing up in my face. I always tried to hire my cousins. Same, like, when I had my cousin try to do the Discord, blew up in my face. You know, my cousin at one point spent like a week trying to blame me for why my Discord didn't work. I'm like, I know nothing about Discord. Shut the fuck up. I don't know anything about Discord. My Discord failed because of you. That's it. You know, like, I would give you content, try to show up on Discord. If I'm showing up and there's nothing there, I don't know. I don't have time to learn Discord when I'm trying to learn Adobe, After Effects, Premiere Pro, Photoshop, YouTube, all these other apps. I don't have time for Discord. And I know you need Discord. It's a great place, But yeah, if you got abandoned puppies, I got a puppy right here. I love people. I love abandoned puppies. That sounds good. Homeless cats. I'm into homeless cats. And I feel like that happens a lot. Like for Steven Strangle's people just get too busy. They fall off. Like what happened with us. We just fell off. And then we lost a little bit of our following. And I know they're still out there. They just went somewhere else. They're on another podcast. They're on another streaming page. But I know I need manpower to get this going somewhere. But yeah, I'm all about. Let me know about some of the other abandoned puppies, abandoned friends. I would love to get a Discord. I have a Discord, but I'd love to even start a new one, get a Discord up and running. And I think the main thing is just be consistent, and I got to start getting interviews done. If I get some interviews done, it'll like speed it up a little bit. Who was the different YouTuber that you joined? You know, I know you said he blocked you, but MMA Guru is the tip you got to get on. You got to just be consistent with it, and blind delusion is the best way I could put it, and just fucking be in your own world and just keep. You have two viewers this week, 4 next week, 4 the next, you know, and just keep going. But yeah, that's what I got to get. I got to build right now it's a solo. It was always kind of a solo thing. You know, I did all the work, and Dennis kind of mailed it in, and that's what made it rough. Yeah, my cousin used to send me Guru when Guru was a lot smaller. And I would see that he had potential, and I was into it, but then he had some takes that I didn't agree with, and then he grew on me. He absolutely grew on me. I like people that are honest and blunt. I'm into that type of journalism. Honesty is the greatest medicine, the greatest way to go. Song was piecing him up, but that was unfortunate. Yeah, if Henry would have stayed retired, he'd be on Mount Rushmore. He could have stayed retired and literally went down as one of the GOATs. But I don't know if it was like he got into some bad real estate deals or just didn't manage his money right, or it's hard to walk away when the crowd screams your name. So I think he had to come back. I don't know much about the algo, but I know if you get a couple of videos that pop, yeah, that's all it is. It's consistency and keep spitting shit out, and eventually shit will pop. I think I still have the Discord. It's a Menace and the Man Discord, but I have access to it, but I don't know when the last time I went on it is. But yeah, I'd love to even, not so much get back on that Discord, but start a new one or change the name of that Discord, because I know I do have some followings on it. And yeah, I just got to get consistent with it. Every week that I do live streams, I say maybe this week. Last week was the closest I got to booking interviews. I was about to start sending messages. I still haven't sent any. Jared Gordon was going to fight. I was going to hit up him. Jared Cannonier had just won. I was going to hit up him. And then I saw Henry Cejudo was fight. I was like, I should throw something out to Henry Cejudo. I have a lot of... And then I saw Austin Vanderford fought and won. He's on the list now. I might throw something out to him. But I definitely got contacts and some connections to start going somewhere. I just got to get on it. We need a bigger audience. You're very intelligent and knowledgeable with the sports insight. Yeah, that's what I was just talking to Jax about. I just gotta stay consistent and start getting it to grow. But getting it to grow is the hard part. You gotta figure out the weave. You gotta figure out the weave. But even like I was saying to him, the biggest thing I know, like the short, like what's his name? MMA Guru, if you will, took the long road. Yeah, I'm in New York. MMA Guru was just consistent with just putting it out, versus you can do that, but you got to take the shortcut route and kind of book what interviews you can. And then those people share your shit, and then you just start growing a little bit. Yeah, I know Stephen Williams. So he used to train with those Henzo Gracie guys. He used to train with Jared Gordon. Well, I love Jared Gordon. Jared Gordon's another one I'll never say a bad thing about. Yeah, James Lynch actually follows this channel, the Menace and the Man show. When he followed me, because I used to watch some of James Lynch's stuff. I like James Lynch. What do you mean by you come from his channel? Like you used to do stuff with him, or you just, that's how he got you into it or whatever? But yeah, I fuck with James Lynch. I'm not mad at James Lynch. I feel like he's very modest in his presentation, but he's like, he's good. Like he's just balanced, if you will, with like his delivery. Yeah, I love Jared. Jared's the man. Nobody, like I know Jared's been through a lot. He has a rough story, but nobody can ever say a bad thing to me about Jared. So the way that Jared talks about how if you're struggling and you need somebody or you need rehab, anything, hit him up. I had a cousin who needed rehab. I hit Jared up. Jared got him right into a rehab. Jared went there and tried to hang out with them and help him and blah, blah, blah. My cousin was too stupid to take the help. And he said when he was his own gym, he trained Marab a couple times. Yeah, Marab bounced around a little bit. So I was from, when I lived on Long Island, I trained at Long Island MMA. So that was like Bermudez, Chris Wade. And we always had good guys traveling in. And then they were always close with the Serra-Longo team. So that was Aljo, Marab, Weidman, Iaquinta. Like Al Iaquinta sold my house when I moved off of Long Island and moved up here. Al Iaquinta was my realtor. Always love Al Iaquinta too. Can't say a bad thing about Jared's a dog. Jared just has, it's crazy. Guy just has terrible luck. Like I thought he beat Bassarat or Hassarat in that last fight. I thought he beat Patty. He just got rough luck. Oh, I appreciate you, Steeler Nation. So yeah, Jack, Steeler Nation's been in a few of my chats. Yeah, I've trained with Jared a few times, and then me and Jared had a very good mutual friend who sadly passed away. But our old friend, the guy Sergio Da Silva, if you guys Google him, you guys know him. He's like the MMA fighter who supposedly robbed a bank at one point. And also, he's the Bellator fighter who caught a lot of flack one time for, like, trying to cheat on the scale. But he was a good dude, Sergio. R.I.P. And, yeah, just grew up in the sport. I've met a lot of these people. I have a lot of their numbers. I've interviewed a lot of them. I've done some solo interviews. I've interviewed a lot of them through our podcast. Just got to get back on it. This is what I'm passionate about. It's something I've always known I could succeed at and I want to do. So I just got to do it. Like, again, MMA Guru. He's inspiring, the MMA Guru. Oh, I love trolls. That's what got me today, is I got banned on TikTok because I was saying to the trolls, I was like, listen, keep trolling because I will eventually link up with you. We will meet up at a gym. And someone was like, oh, you come to my gym. You come to Nebraska. And I was like, Nebraska? You think anyone's going to Nebraska, you fucking loser? And the whole chat started trolling the kid about being from Nebraska. But yeah, I can handle trolls. And even when they get to you, you know, I'll go back with them. So it's entertainment. But one of them reported my live. So my live got banned today. I had like 3,000 people in my live on TikTok watching the boxing fights. And then they banned me. And now I'm banned until March 1st. But hopefully I get it lifted. But I'll make it on for the next March 1st UFC, which is probably the worst card. But yeah, I need help. So Jax, if you're interested, I need mods. I need some people that are into it. And that's the thing too. Every time I've tried to recruit people, I'm on the tip of, if I start making money, you start making money. That's what I want to be on. I want to grow. I don't want to be like I'm ripping people off or anything. I want to pay people before I get paid, because I know that's what's going to make it enticing and something worth it for you to keep going. Yeah, I honestly love the idea of trolls. Love the idea. Whenever I've had trolls in the past, it makes my day. Nah, we'll figure it out, Jax. If you're especially a mod, I'll figure it out some which way. But yeah, that's what I need, is I need people that are into MMA, fans of fighting, and I'll make it worth their while, as well as I'll produce some good content. Like, I know, like, so even what happened back in the day with Menace and the Man, every time that I'd hit a home run, if you will, and I'd get something that should have gotten views and should have grown our audience, they would come to our channel, and we weren't active at the time. Like, we had fallen off. Like, I had an interaction with Dana White one time at a press conference where everyone in the comments were like blowing me up, but when everyone came to our channel wasn't active. I had a Joanna interview one time that blew up, but when everyone came to our channel wasn't active. I had a Kayla Harrison interview that did pretty good, but when people came to our channel, the channel wasn't active. You got to be on point. Otherwise, people aren't going to give you the follow. People aren't going to give a fuck about what you're doing. If they come to the channel and they see something good, oh shit, they just put up something and it's like something's coming up, you know, they need to see you active and see shit going on. I know how to do it up here. I got the equipment. I just got to do it. So, and I have a good Rolodex where even if I say I have 250, say I have 50, if I shout out 50 messages and I got 10 of them to come on, I'm getting somewhere. You know what I mean? But yeah, consistency is our problem. So if you guys have ever heard of G Fuel, we used to work with G Fuel. We used to have a podcast studio in G Fuel. They work with FaZe Clan, all these content creators. When we first started the podcast, that was the number one thing anyone I talked to from G Fuel said. Consistency. That's it. When I hear MMA Guru or I hear Kai Cenat or Aiden Ross or anyone, consistency. The MMA holes. Menace is up to family life. Met a lady, has a stepdaughter now, and kids. You know, the problem with the Menace and the Man shows, Menace was always tough to lock down. You know, it sucks because if I ever am like, what happened? The last like 3 or 4 episodes I had guests booked and we tried to do a podcast episode, and it really brought me down every time. The first time it was like he couldn't podcast because he was going to be a bartender for his girlfriend's business. The next time he couldn't podcast because he was being his girlfriend's nurse because she got a boob job. The next time it was he had to babysit his fucking kid. You know, like every time it wound up being like, this is so not Man show. This is so not Man show. On top of I'm doing all this work, it was like it burnt me out. As well as I had other shit going on in my life. Bullshit family stuff. So we took a break after already a lot of stop and starts. And then just the podcast kind of faded into oblivion. But it's a banger. Like, we had good chemistry. Like, we could pick it up tomorrow and it could go somewhere, but the timing thing just never worked out for me. You know, I can't be grinding, doing all this editing, booking guests, like MMA Holes. I know you guys make content, like editing, all that shit. It's fucking stressful, tiresome. You got to be committed to it. If I'm making all these fucking things, I met you guys during Triton fights a few years back. You met me? That's funny. Maholes raid? What is that? Come on, Cash Taylor. I remember the name MMA Holes. Yeah, just go solo then. You don't have to depend. Yeah, that's what wound up. And I always wanted to start like a solo thing, but I wanted to do it off of what we were doing, but just never got around to it. And then candidly, I'm not going to say, you know, Menace's name and being in the UFC helped the show get places, but I always would produce, and I guess I would almost say carry the show. Like, I produced every episode. I would give him talking points. I would plan everything. Hey, it's good to have followers, MMA Holes. You know, I was just telling the people I was talking to, we had a little audience, but we would always fall off and kind of lose them. And then they go places. They go to other channels. They wind up in another podcast loop. But I've seen the MMA Holes in here before, so much respect for... I love people that revisit. You know, that's a big thing, too, is we got to support each other. That's always a must in combat sports, especially the up-and-coming journalists. Yeah, I'm not going to judge you. Are you saying what? The racists always follow you? But yeah, we've been to a Triton fight or two. Initially way back in the day before they were Triton fights, there used to be KTFO fights. I used to have like tables at the events and I used to sell gear way back in the day. But yeah, you know, just a fight fan, just a diehard fight fan. Grew up in the sport, started training when I was a kid, always been into this avenue of it, this aspect of it. Like, one area that always, still to this day, I think about, and I'm like, every time I see someone, I'm like, damn, he's such an idiot, is when Dennis first retired, he asked the UFC, like, can I come out and try to audition for some... Can I come out and audition for some commentary and some on-air stuff? And they were like, yep, we'll fly you out, we'll put you up, and we'll put you through an audition. You got to make some audition tapes. And he just never went and did it. And his take used to always be like, oh, well, you know, they have champions and stuff. What do you mean? They have Alan fucking Jouban doing it. Like, you could have been Alan Jouban. I've seen 30 guys that were not champions. They used to have Bilal do it before Bilal was champion. They've had so many guys that were not champions do it. He should have totally jumped on that. But he became a lineman. So he's now a lineman on Long Island. MMA Holes, are you from Long Island? The other thing, if you're interested, you can get into the Steven Strangler's Discord and see how things are set up. But also, he paid someone to set up his Discord, which I have their content. I had a guy who set up our Discord, but he was a fucking idiot. Again, like I said, he was supposed to help us and then just totally disappeared on his bullshit. Menace was really fun to watch. Great fighter. Always, like, other than, and he'll admit it, other than the Kawajiri fight, every fight other than the Kawajiri fight was a barn burner. Like a scrap. Win or lose. Always in a scrap. Always bouncing around the octagon and fucking in people's face. You know, his last fight was great too, when he retired. Queens. What part of Queens? Oh, he moved to Arizona. That's where people... So I got in a car accident and I fucked up my neck, my back, everything. But that's where people keep telling me I got to move, is Arizona. I say Florida because that's where I've been before and that's where I love. But people keep saying Arizona because the weather and I guess the dry humidity. They say it's really good for you. But yeah, people keep telling me I got to move to Arizona. I've heard good things. Home of Henry Cejudo and Captain Eric. I think that was a big, not a huge factor, but definitely something in the fight tonight with Cejudo, is he lost to Marab and he lost to Aljamain, who were two of the best bantamweights ever. And then he kind of thought he needed to make changes and he changed shit up, which is never the right move. He should have had Eric Albarracin in his corner, even just for the mental. Do you ever go to Vegas? I've never been to Vegas, but when and if I do go to Vegas, I always planned on it, but then I always had shit come up. I would hit the content hard. Bring a cameraman, get a cameraman when I'm there, and fucking go book some interviews. That's the other thing I've always had in my life, is I'm always a name drop away from getting into any gym or opening a conversation with anybody about MMA. So I've always had good rapport with a lot of combat sports community people. So if I ever went to Vegas, I would definitely try to pop into a bunch of gyms. You know, I built a good rapport with some of the... Yes, Jax. Do you have TikTok, Jax? That's what I use the most. I just made an Instagram recently, but I haven't started. And then, yeah, we have the Menace and the Man everywhere, but I got to make Stan the Man stuff. But yeah, we'll definitely be in touch. Honestly, I'd say let's get in touch now, because I want to get all this shit going ASAP. I need motivators, if you will. Like every week I tell myself, this is the week I'm going to start booking interviews and shit, but I always slack on it. But I'll definitely be on for the fights next week at minimum. Hopefully this week I start pushing out some other content. I even still have a bunch of content in the chamber that I've never put out. Stuff from Floyd Mayweather fights, stuff from UFC events that I've never uploaded. Backyard parties with Matt Frivola. Interviews with, or bullshit content we made with Ray Longo and Aljamain. All shit that just sits in my hard drives, never uploaded. Interactions at Khabib events that just never did anything with. It's tough. It's a stressful job, especially when it's always like a one-man band. But I would absolutely appreciate the help, Jax, and any avenue you can push me in, because I know Steven Strangles. He was legit. But yeah, as you can see, love talking about fighting. Can do it all night. But I'm going to wrap it up here. Definitely drop me a line or find me on somewhere. If you go on TikTok, my TikTok is Stan the Man MMA. My Instagram is going to be Stan the Man MMA. My other channel is the Stan the Man Show, but now I'm thinking if I can change it, I should try to change it to Stan the Man MMA. But you guys could find me here, there. I'll see you guys next time. I appreciate you guys for joining me for the little bit of conversation. You know I love it. It means the world to me. So I'll see you guys next time. Make sure you drop me a follow, a like, subscribe, all that shit. And hopefully next time we double the viewership from this one. So, well, see you later. Have a good one, guys.